With that, we are cool to kick things off. Welcome, one and all, to the Opus Magnum Weeklies 2024. This is week 2. This is palatable tissues. This puzzle was brought to you by Jamu, who sadly isn't on comms at the moment. I couldn't quite get a hold of them, but I do know they did talk about wanting to be on comms, so they might pop up later. I'd be interested to rack their brain about how this puzzle came up, other than tissue bet. Tissue bet is obvious.
Were there any tissue bets for this puzzle?
There were no tissue bets. Sadly,
So
no
sad.
tissue bets. It's almost like they're difficult to eat. Nah, you're cool, Fight 5381. That's alright, that's why it's the weeklies. You can just kind of pop in and pop out whenever the hell you like, and there's no repercussions. What's a tissue bet? Oh, well, I guess the backstory is relevant here, because this puzzle is about making tissues. So, let me tell the story. I think I've told it in the stream of the past, but back in 2022, in the middle of Best's tournament, there was a week 4 puzzle, and it was a TI puzzle. Now, I fancy myself in the TI puzzle, TI metric. I consider it one of my 2, like, home base metrics. So, I was cooking up this solve that I was really confident in. So was Biggie. So, Biggie and I are going, alright, well, because TI is a very unpredictable primary metric. You don't know there's no way of knowing how close you are to any kind of theory min. There kind of is no theory min for TI for the most part. So, we're both sitting here thinking, we're like somewhere in the top 3. So, we decide to go, because we're so confident, we decide, it was only ever a one-way bet. Biggie wasn't brave enough to make the bet. Let it be known. But the bet I made
think Biggie
was...
did make it.
The bet I made...
Biggie said if you beat my more than 2, or something like that.
Maybe Biggie will come in and fact check us on that one. But the bet I made was that for every instruction Biggie beat me by, I would have to eat that many tissues minus 1, just in case I got beaten by an instruction, because I was expecting that, but I wasn't expecting to get beaten by more than 1 instruction. Biggie beat me by 8 instructions. I had to eat 7 tissues. I had to do it on stream, and it's there. It's the week 4 Film Crystal 2022, and I spend most of that stream trying to eat 7 tissues. I think I ate 5 in like the course of 3 or so hours, because tissues are fucking hard to eat. I did eventually eat all 7, but that's where the tissue bet joke started. So there is your... That's pretty much the lore behind this puzzle's name. Not the actual lore that was on the website, but the IRL lore. Okay, but the trick with this puzzle, I should actually talk about the mechanics of the puzzle, is that the primary for both metrics is the amount of technically it's written as the amount of instructions that are not these 4 that I am placing on screen. So these 4 instructions are free. Anything else costs you a primary. So if you use a single rotate or a pivot or a push or a pull, you immediately are just doing worse, no matter what. So you can make this like single arm on a merry-go-round zoo tour track and just have it do, you know, stuff like this, blah blah blah. Drop. Where's my drop instruction? You know, yeah, that's a 0 primary if you just keep doing that forever until you solve the puzzle. So you can just do this as dumb as you want. Place a single pivot. You can forget about it. Within that purview, the secondary, which we can almost just treat as the primary, the secondary for one of the metrics was rate, and the other, cost. So both, there was a bit of discussion as to how fun either metric was. I am a believer in both. I I rate both. I thought this was a really cool, novel idea for a puzzle. It messes with theory, but not completely. So the ramifications were quite interesting. So, I think with that, I'm going to kick things off with the quote-unquote cost metric. Where are we at? Where's the duplicator? I forgot the duplicator. Yeah, there it is.
I'm guessing we're going to have most of the... Are we going to show, like, the new solution ones in cost then? Because there's probably a few solutions that weren't really optimized for the metric, I'm guessing.
Yes. Some of these are rate solves, and I will very much skip those. That's a new solution one, but I'll save that one as well. Alright. Let's start with the appropriately titled first solve, submitted by Petracat. Zoom out just a touch. Alright, so this is a nice primer on the experience of actually just solving this polymer puzzle, this salt-like animismus themed polymer puzzle.
So yeah, this is very new solution vibes of make all of the bonds and then debond the ones you don't want. It's very simple and pretty easy to follow.
Is worth mentioning because I don't think we ended up getting any scoring submissions that weren't a 0 primary, so it functionally ended up not quite being a primary as it was a restriction, but it's not a we don't make these things actual restrictions. You have to do it this way or you don't score, because it's easy for us veterans to overlook just how actually not easy it is to do shit like this. Best Petracat writes in the notes, no real optimizations here other than having none of the bad instructions. So this is a new solution one. Yeah, we're starting with the quote-unquote cost. Yeah, I guess there's nothing really cost optimized about this, so I guess we don't have to go into any of that yet.
Yeah, imagine we can go into tech. I mean, if it exists, because I've not seen this puzzle before, like 5 minutes ago. When it comes up.
Alright, so, from here on out, I won't mention the primary, I'll just tell you what the cost is. And if we need to mention the tertiary, I will. So, coming in at 280G in 22nd place, Dr. Enigma. Hallowed sibling of Mr. Puzzle.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, that was an actual thing. I was geeking out a bit, because I just want to state for the record that if either of you have like a wife who wants to submit, please tell her to submit under Mrs. Mystery, because yeah,
so this looks pretty clearly optimized, but at least some effort was made to optimize the cost, because there are very few arms, as arms cost 20G. That's the same as 4 tracks.
Yeah,
the other thing here is, yeah, you don't even get a rotate instruction. So once your arm is placed down, that is its only orientation, which makes positioning a lot more awkward, I suppose.
It's very restrictive, particularly for single arms. I won't elaborate further, but yeah, placing a single arm, usually it is cheaper, and, you know, cost theory, the conventional wisdom is definitely single arm no matter what. But here,
opposed to,
not
like,
being able to
this.
rotate the arm really kills that arm's, like, versatility.
So one thing is that the location the single arms gripper can be in is constrained to the shape of the track and shape of the track. So getting single atoms past each other is definitely a problem in this puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because you need a separate like gripper to do that, since your single arm is constricted to one path and one path only. It can't cross over that path unless the track loops.
Yes.
It's interesting.
It is already a good argument for track loops, I would suggest. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I didn't mention this since we started officially, but we've got Haxton on comms. Welcome, Haxton. Very glad to have you on. Alright. Dr. Enigma does not have any solution notes, so I'm happy to move on. In 21st place, 7 T-Storm at 220G. Okay, so... Yeah, so the other problem is, because tracks are not cheap, and yes, it's cost. You want to minimize the amount of tracks you use. The less tracks you use, the less hexes you get to, access everything in the first place.
So here we see one arm on a lot of track to access everything, but curiously we have 2 arms to fill in animismus.
It looks like it's an input suppression thing, I'm guessing. Which is funny, because, yeah. No, wait, it's not funny. It makes perfect sense. Because then arm 1 can kind of pluck it out. But arm 1 only has access to one of the hexes, so... So it is an input suppression thing. I did love this when I saw cost being suggested originally as the metric, because it does because you're not quite sure how much cost theory it throws out. You do wonder a bit about the arm count, because you do fundamentally need to use more than 4 hexes of track, because you need to touch everything else. And yeah, arm count, arm type, suddenly you have to think about that. All of a sudden you can't just place one single arm and call it a day and work around that.
I mean, it's the whole thing where, like, typical cost theory involves access points, and, like, an arm is 6 access points. If you add a track, it adds 6 more access points. But here, if you add a track, it adds 1 asterisk more access points. And 1 access point is not a lot of access points, as we see this entire track needed just to be able to access all of these glyphs, which look reasonably necessary for this implementation.
And yes, Yosh is right to point out pistons are completely useless this week, so don't even think about using a piston. We'll get into channels later. I think channels, it's not that, like, special or important, but I'll save that topic for later. I'll move on. In 20th place, coming in at 200G, Infin. Oh, okay. My first weekly. Welcome to the weeklies. I was about to say, if some of these new names might have submitted last week and I wasn't fully on top of last week's submitters, but unless I'm mistaken, welcome to the weeklies.
Yeah, I believe this person was in the events chat shortly before the deadline and was amazed by all the crap that happened in the previous puzzle, which if you did not check out, you should totally check out.
Absolutely.
Been convinced to join this. I think he put a lot more effort into rate than cost. But here we are.
But we've moved down to 2 arms.
Alright, I am here now.
Hey, how do you do, bitch?
2 arms, let's
now
go.
I'm Mara.
Hello. I have food, so I'll be muted most of the time, but I'll probably chime in from time to time.
That's plenty good enough. You have weekly host privilege, so you can drop in or drop out whenever you want. Alright, Infin writes in his solution notes, "This is my first ever custom puzzle. The solution took me 3 hours. I feel like I don't really know what I'm doing, but I had fun nonetheless. Looking forward to seeing community solves and learning some tricks. You have come to the right place." I think doing community stuff like this is like the fastest way to learn many of the sometimes esoteric, arcane, clever as hell tricks.
Yeah, this is quite the limited metric though, so maybe there's going to be less tricks, but who knows?
I think I was saying just before you joined in, I do like how this cost puzzle kind of like bakes in added tracks, so it's a matter of cutting out as much as possible on top of like figuring out what like amount and type of arm to use and stuff. Not typical considerations in cost theory, because that stuff's usually set in stone. Alright. Moving on. In 19th place.
I will.
Hmm?
I was just gonna say, I will say, I do think cost is much more interesting on this puzzle than rate is. Because of the limitations.
I am a both metric enjoyer for this puzzle. As my.
We shall see.
I think people had varying opinions on how interesting either metric was, so I think it's fun. I think it's fun. What's up?
The cost is kind of well, rate is. I don't think cost is more unusual on this puzzle than rate.
Yeah, that's a good way. Yeah, it's definitely less like more unorthodox or out there a bit. All right, moving on. In 19th place, we stay at 200G. It is, in fact, the tertiary that takes a drop down to 588 with Sockboy.
Yo, tertiary.
Will we have any ties?
Exact ties.
So I guess here I'm starting to look at access points because all of Arm 1's track seems like it's necessary. All of it's covered by a unique glyph. But then I look at Arm 2 and I'm like, what are all of those tracks for?
Okay, that's to avoid wrong bonds on the completed polymer.
Worth noting, I'm pretty sure I should know why this is a little better than I do, but I'm pretty sure 2 bonders is like quite baked in because you don't have access to pivoting, so yeah, there's no like.
You can't rotate any of the bonds, so you have to have there are 2 direction of bonds in this whole polymer, and you have to place those 2 bonders.
Yeah, right, yeah, because if there was a horizontal bond anywhere on top of the already existing bonds, then you would.
Yeah, then you'd need 3.
Exactly, yeah, by definition.
So,
imagine this puzzle, but with triplex.
Oh god.
Oh. That'd be rough.
Just forced 3 triflex bonders.
Oh, I should point out, just like Bist's stream last week, give me a buzz, in either of the Twitch chat or the stage chat, if like your solve's on or something's happening and you want to join in on comms. More than welcome to have you. We have instructions primary at home. Alright. In 18th place, we take a saunter down to 190G with Gary. Toilet paper 5% off.
The 5% off mattered.
Now, I'm not entirely sure if Gary submitted last week, but if not, welcome to the Weeklies.
Is 10 5% of 200?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's literally 5% off the last two solves.
So I think
Maybe
this
that's
is our
where they
first
started.
this is our first min glyph solve, I think. There's only one calcifier, but there's 2 arms on the track loop, curiously.
It looks like a very strong, it looks like another input suppression reason for the two arms being on the same track. A lot of fancy sequencing to try and make sure, like, the earth atom is in the right spot to be bonded, or the water atoms are. And yeah, so you need to kind of, like, store the earth atom, like, down below. Rather interestingly, you can't just, like, pull it across. Yeah, right, because you want it to come in after the vitae, because of the problem that you can't rotate the arms, and so, like, yeah, you need a vitae up at the top, above the earth, because that is the direction of the bond, but the earth atom, you can't take it all the way around here, willy-nilly, because it goes through an input on the way.
So this saves 4 track over the previous solves, but it has an extra arm, so we see how we still have the kind of long track loop, but arm 3 was like an 8 long track or something in the previous solves, whereas here it's pretty short. It's just moving me out infinite along.
Disposal isn't necessary, so not min glyph.
Disposal doesn't cost anything anyways. Maybe a few extra track, but
Would it be
yeah, just cost some
necessary?
track.
Would it be I wonder.
It costs track, it costs access space.
It does. It does. So, like, directly it doesn't cost anything, but indirectly, like, you're baked in, like, you kind of baked in a 10G cost because you can't just rotate. You have to, like, move not 1 but 2 track hexes to get there, so... Gary writes in the solution notes simply the letters GC in quotation marks. That's it. That's the notes.
That's what we named the metric.
We have cost at home. Alright. In 17th place, dropping down to 160, username void.
Whoa, that's not a single arm.
That's not a single arm at all. That is a
That's
hex arm.
30,
Our first
Oh,
hex...
my stream is so far behind. Let me refresh.
Oof. We have our first hex arm solve. So, let's point out single arms. They are only useful in one direction when you can't rotate them. But you know what is still useful in multiple directions even without rotations is a hex arm. Because with enough track translations, it can just palm things off to itself across grippers.
It's 6 extra access points for the cost of only 10 extra gold.
The consideration with the hex arm is that in order to pass things off to itself and make use of the different directional grippers, that will cost you track in, you know, whatever direction you want to palm things off towards. Gonna talk about channel theory yet? I may as well. Alright, so channel theory, for those of you who are not veterans, is not a beginner friendly. It's a pretty complicated concept, but long story short, the idea is because this puzzle has an animismus glyph, you need at least 4 hexes of track because of this thing that happens where... Oh, geez, I'm not actually doing the best job at explaining this. Because of the way the glyph is designed, the way the glyph is shaped, it exists in 4 separate channels in particular. This exists in conjunction with the length of the arm. I believe a length 3 arm, there are in theory 9 channels to worry about or something, if I remember correctly. With a length, or something like that, like no, a length 3 arm can access like 1/9 of the infinite space. Which is a slightly mathematically inaccurate way to put it, but it's different with the length 2 arm. Length 1 arm can, in theory, reach the entire space with enough track. But that doesn't help with the animismus glyph because can't fucking reach. So you would need to do something like this, which is dumb with a lot of track. Or you can use the length 2 arm and just bite the bullet and use 4 hexes of track. This is the same exact idea with a length 3 arm. So this is baked into the puzzle and will affect the shape of the track that you use as we go further and further down into cost theory. You cannot escape that. And this restriction, this instructions restriction, does absolutely nothing to channels theory. So that is one of the parts of cost theory that is fully intact here. Channels theory is completely relevant. Yeah, arm 3 has 9 channels. Yeah, a length 2 arm, you have 4 channels to worry about, and an animismus glyph, you need all 4 of them. Yeah.
And so this is why we see the 3 long diagonal track at the left, so it can move such that it is in the same channel, but 1 rotation off, so it can palm stuff to itself. Wait, do we actually ever see that? Maybe we don't.
Possible?
Yeah, there we are. When it moves all the way to the top left to be able to grab the Moors from a different direction.
But yeah, as mentioned in chat, in order for a hex arm to pass things off to itself, that same access point needs to be like touched by 2 different grippers, and that is very reliant on how you place the track, and that like restricts your access to other things. I call it handoffs. I don't know what other terminologies. Yeah, handoffs. Yeah, pretty much just it's like a self handoff, but let me just say handoff. All right. So that was our theory, our cost theory seminar for this. We'll go into it a bit more, I guess, as we go on. Username Void writes in the solution notes. Arm 2 was an I want to go to sleep arm. Arm 1 is what I figure most solves will look like. For no particular reason, I'm going to guess min is around 120G. There you go, food for thought.
We shall see.
Keeping onward, in 16th place, we don't take a cost drop. It is a cycles drop. This taking it all the way down from about 2,000 cycles to 587 cycles for you. Goodbye, Hexarm. We hardly knew you. I kid. We'll be seeing it again. Absolutely. Very strong Critelli. One interesting little tidbit about cost theory is that because you need to like figure out your access points, because you need access to the inputs, you need access to animismus, bonder, calcify. Polymer outputs you do not need access to. The arm never needs to go over it, because you never need to like it doesn't work like a normal output where you have to drop something into it. That needs an access point, and so most cost puzzles, that's a factor, but here it is not. That does not count as an access point. So, there's some pretty decent notes here, so I'll get cracking. For you writes in the solution notes, solving palatable tissue for cost feels like making an exotic snack piece by piece. It sounds almost artisanal. Anyway, at the risk of sounding like a complete idiot, I shall boldly claim to be at min secondary cost with the following reasoning. Since track movement is the only movement allowed for min primary, all access requires one track space. Also, due to the elemental earth and water atoms in the output, at least one of the inputs must be routed to a bonder in 2 different ways depending on whether it needs to be calcified or not. Therefore, it is impossible to solve this with only one arm. Using 2 arms requires that there is one access space of overlap to transfer an atom between the 2 arms. Counting the total access points of the required components, 2 for inputs, 4 for animismus, 2 for disposal, 1 for calcification, 2 for bonder, 1 overlap space, 1 to translate the output onto a second bonder for the second bond orientation, and unless I am completely wrong, 1 more is needed to translate the output vertically to avoid unwanted bonds in the output. This totals to 14 track spaces for 160G.
Now I'm curious if this is min cost with no hex arms. That seems to be
We
the.
haven't seen anything below this, so, you know, we can't say that there is nothing with less cost. Yeah.
Does he know?
We shall see.
Does he know? It appears
Does he know?
So, yeah.
We have our second prediction. 160 is min. Let's see how that holds up.
I think, yeah. We'll see. How much? Because I think for a given, if you don't think about blank, this theory has legs, but then there's blank to think about, and suddenly, yeah. Suddenly, no, yeah. That's not a thing anymore. I'm being very vague at the moment.
I mean, didn't we've seen a hex arm already?
We did talk about the hex arm in the previous solve, but that will be an increasingly important factor.
Yes, because they can give you more than 1 access point per track. So.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on. In 15th place, we drop to 155G. Mr. Royal Spade. The Miser. Double checking for a spade.
Oh. 1 arm. Okay,
One arm?
This immediately gets rid of the theory that was
What?
in the previous notes. Unfortunate.
Okay. So that one we can dispel that one. A little sad that it happened that quickly, but yes, no. You can do it with 1 arm with a shitload of track. Different build order unlocked. I have not talked about the build order at all at the moment.
Oh yeah, of course, you don't have to build the infinite properly. Right, I forgot about this too.
Oh, yeah, this is polymer validation jank. So, the way polymers work a little weird in this game, because Zach's kind of design intention was for them to be basically like infinite, but they're not infinite. So, what you can do is that you can throw shit onto the 2 horizontal ends. Like, either end. Like, you can throw shit on this end, you can throw shit on the other end. You can't do it vertically at all. If it's like, it needs to be the same height, or the game doesn't like it. And for the most part, you can just throw shit like this onto the end, and the puzzle will still validate. And that is in fact, actually useful, because you can put useful shapes like a C shape, so you can do the C trick, which is relevant for, like, high-tier, very difficult cost puzzles, or just, like, a block here to, like, initialize so you can get cracking on throwing the Vitae thing at the bottom and then actually making the proper output. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening here. Wait, so why is the wrong stuff at the end necessary in this solve? It's, long story short, it's to get it started. I'm pretty sure it's just to get it started so that it can have this shape such that the earth atom here can, like, get bonded to by the Vitae and then also by the water atom, and then you can actually build it properly. But you need that there first, and you can't just... It doesn't seem like you can just put an earth atom there for reasons I'm not entirely on top of. To span another channel. Oh, it might be for a regrab thing. Yeah. On another channel.
So from what I understand from looking at this, it needs at the looping portion. It needs 2 monomers to sustain itself, but when it only has 1 monomer, it needs something to grab on that side. So
I think there's a... Oh, no, I think there's like a regrab that happens further up. So if we let this play a bit... Yeah, so it's kind... I think it's here. You can see it needs to, like, grab this, like, 4 hexes across at the end to move it out of the way properly so that you can build this shit as well. Yeah, because that's, like, kind of like where it is accessed. Not... You see, you can't just build a stick and keep going because you need this, like, horizontal piece first. Alright. Oh, wait. Solution notes, my apologies. Mr. Royal Spade writes in the solution notes, you guys are on a roll with interesting metrics for these weeklies. I love the idea of only using track motion in a cost puzzle. Solving this puzzle was really fun. Because I'm only using one arm, I had to decide what order the track would hit certain cells and what could remain off track. Specifically, getting Vitae onto the bonder took some clever routing. I'm fairly sure you can get away with using less track, specifically my waste portion. I think an infinite waste chain might be possible. It'd be hard to get it past the earth-water inputs, but it's potentially doable if you stapled it to the end of the polymer. Whoa, that's a discomforting thought. This puzzle reminded me of how fun it is to sit and think about a puzzle before you actually attempt to solve it. I loved the process, and I can't wait to see the insane lengths people have gone to bring the cost even lower. This is a quality solve. Very well done, Mr. Oil Spade. Alright, in 14th place, we have bread. Still at 155G, but at a fractionally lower 1,237 cycles. That's like 54 cycles, if I'm getting my math right. That's fucking close.
Like a steady state savings of 10 cycles per loop. Back to 2 arms.
If there's no initialization, that literally might just be the reason this was faster.
Oh, yes,
No
Calurisis points out in
disposal.
chat, disposal list. So
Oh, no! There isn't a disposal. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
So that's how they save the track to have 2 arms but still be at the same cost. There's no disposal.
Min glyphs.
Actual min glyphs. Woo. I hate it.
Oh, you can see no disposal means you gotta... you just have to build some extremely chunky mores. This could be a
And
lot
the
faster,
Morse
but I
chain-
didn't bother reprogramming mistakes much.
the Morse chain keep longer, so it keeps getting longer, so it necessarily needs to be 6p, at least in this soap.
You see the further we go down, the more cycles is wasted just trying to get the Morse chain out of the way.
I can see why you didn't bother reprogramming this to save some cycles. This seems like a little bit of a pain.
Yeah, this absolutely anything with this Moore's waste chain, because you need to access both ends of the chain. It needs to be 6p. Okay, so there's a fair amount of notes, and yeah, this will 6p, so I'll just reset it. There's a lot of notes, and I think it's written under the assumption that I was going to read the rate notes first, but I didn't. Hopefully it doesn't ruin the sequencing too much, but I'll just get started. So I was still enraptured by this tissue puzzle, thus I decided to challenge myself to another creation method. However, a problem quickly arose. The borrow parts I'd taken for the prior engine did not have enough excess for building this one, even with the parts I'd shaved off of it. I headed to Imperial once more to scrounge the handful of other parts one would require. It was not simple this time. A faculty member spotted me digging through the mechanisms and shouted out, "Thief!" My escape was certainly not dignified, tripping into a sewer open for works, although certainly immediately effective. It left my leg unable to move. Now I had to complete the engine, and with only the materials I had, for I couldn't get home in this state, and needed to eat. In my state, finding any functional layout was difficult. I wished to use only a single arm, perhaps to use it for something that would aid me later. However, I couldn't see how the geometry would work, instead always ending up with some material unable to reach the requisite location on the bonder, namely the water and vitae, would need to phase through another to allow for the layer building system to work. Yet other designs effectively replaced one or the other with a salt or earth. So instead I settled with a 2-arm setup, originally with more track. However, it turned out to hamper rather than help. The angles of track seem very important due to it directly affecting how you can translate parts of the monomer. In the end, this setup with one overlapping hex between the 2 arms seemed the best. I cannot imagine how 2 arms is possible without an overlap, because to pass things between the 2 arms, they'd need to be bonded. But if the atoms are bonded, then there's nothing useful the second arm could be doing anyway. I see that potentially one of the bonders could be half access or even no access, but certainly one must be full access. And clearly the glyph of calcification, animismus, and inputs must be accessed, leaving this 2-arm layout 5G more expensive due to the empty holding hex, yet without it, I could not slide the earth through and thus required it. I'll skip the programming paragraph if that's okay, just about not being entirely happy with the programming. One might say to just reprogram it to be faster, but I did not have spare tape to waste on this. Okay, let me just reset this. Final paragraph. Whilst I may have been disappointed had I set about this without my encounter with I do not have such energy to waste, the engine works well enough and has left me enough to work myself out of this sewer pit soon. And soon it better be. This tissue tastes awful. I imagine being in close proximity with the Moors causes the tissue to begin to mold. But not having a choice, it's best to just get it down and avoid tasting as much as possible. IES is how the notes are signed off as. Hey, Biss.
Why is she eating tissues again? Yeah?
For
What is it?
For sustenance. Did Bread submit last week?
Yeah.
Oh,
she
okay,
did.
alright. Because I'm not on top.
Seems to be a friend of Luna's.
Oh, awesome.
I think so. Luna reacted when she showed up.
Well, nevertheless, I guess this is the first time I'm seeing your name on a Zorflex stream, so to that end, welcome.
Mhm.
I wonder if Luna encouraged her to write such cool, awesome.
I think
in-depth
she
notes.
confirmed it in
Hell yeah!
Twitch chat.
All right, moving on. There's actually another. It's actually another tertiary drop, and it's actually
I
another
was just
small
gonna
one.
say Luna makes friends that writes good notes.
Good taste in law. And this one is 70 cycles quicker. Egg Sucker
Wow,
Triple A.
more huge drops.
Oh, only the biggest drops. No pile-ups here. No sorry, Bob.
Oh, this is really similar to the previous layout.
And we have...
And also features no disposal glyph. Ah.
It looks like a different build order, if I'm not mistaken.
Who needs disposal? Just leave them lying around.
I do like the thinking behind trying to avoid disposal, because, you know, disposal, that does bake in some track use. In no world did I expect to beat anyone on tertiary. You beat not one, but 2 players on tertiary. This doesn't have to bond to the saltwater pad that I did. So, so it might be a bonding thing, sequencing. The Moore's chain itself is also handled quite differently. It looks like it's actually a little slower than the last solve, but that's made up for with a, I'm going to call it a better build order. No solution as to this one. You are left to your imagination as to how Egg Sucker 888 came up with this solve. Was it while sucking eggs?
He sucked some eggs for inspiration.
The eggs give him strength.
I think it's possible to make more waste chain solves loop. You just you do the incrementing like an extra amount of times each time, but that way it cycles.
Oh,
You just make sure you increment by 12 every single time.
Actually, because you couldn't do the Horn Silver conditional waste ball thing because you can't, you know, pivot. So maybe that's actually correct. That you can't make a Moore's waste chain solve with a rate. I'm not a So I'm not. I'm famously good with conditionals, so I should definitely know this, but no. Yeah, I don't think it can have a rate. Because, like, you can't just place infinite Moore's, like, repeat instruction, like, move the Moore's waste chain. You can only place so many instructions, unless you commit to infinite, of course. Good luck with that one. So we've been about 160, 155. We drop 40G to 115 with Slab Drill in 12th. Oh, and you could see
Get to see.
This layout has some energy.
We finally get to see what the Hexon is capable of.
Pac-Man track, and you can immediately tell there's almost a split between those who like wielded the full power of the hex, and those who didn't. With the exception being username Void, who I think understood what was going to happen, but like ran out of time or energy.
We skipped straight past the 120. Goddamn.
Didn't even get us scoring 120.
So I guess now we can probably start thinking about like Fairy Min, because you need a hex arm. Otherwise, you just don't have nearly enough access points.
See, this
and
was
you
the
need
trick.
At least 4 track.
Yeah. So, as mentioned, you need at least 4 track, because that's your animismus glyph. That's baked in still. Nothing you can do about that. You need a hex arm. Hex arm, that was the trick. That was... Yes, spotting that was the difference between making it potentially into the top 10 and not even being within 40G. But beyond that, so you have your hex arm, you have your 4 hexes of track. How many more do you need? Is the question here. If you need 0 more, then that sets Theory Min at 100. Theory Min is almost certainly 105. Oh yeah.
So you need 1 extra track. Interesting.
I feel I should have pointed this out earlier, but yeah, that is a primo quality weapons grade Pac-Man track. So, through looking at the souls through that lens, so this is plus, you can think of it, so it says there's 3 extra hexes of track, and the more, so within this context of hex arm with the certain sized track loop, the more hexes you give yourself, the more chances you give yourself, or the more like hexes or cells that you give that hex arm to do handoffs. It is all about trying to engineer the handoffs and making bread with said handoffs, and yeah, being able to access everything. An annoying thing that does happen though with the hex arm is that you kind of have to, like, that spot where you grab the inputs, it's an important spot. So and you'll see many other solves, it'll be like 2 different spots have 2 different inputs, but here it's like you come here and you grab an input, you are grabbing both whether you like it or not. And you can see we just dumped that earth atom, and so that's mostly a cycle count consideration, I think. So that's on top of the mores that you already need the disposal for. Maybe I think you need the disposal glyph. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you need disposal if you're doing the puzzle like this. And not just for, you know, grabbing inputs you don't want to grab, but also like even like a Moore's waste chain thing. I don't think that's a feasible reality with a single hex arm. Because I think having 2 arms helps make that idea a lot more possible. So, slab drill writes in the solution notes, 110 really doesn't feel possible, but I'm probably missing something. This layout is pretty bad, but at least it's better than what I had before. Only having 7 locations to put stuff makes it really easy to grab stuff you really didn't want to grab. Alright. Let us saunter down. Nearly at the top 10. In 11th place, we do in fact make that drop down to 110 right now. This is the only scoring 115. Brought to you by the team of Avenged Ruler and Skyhawk.
Ooh, just missing out on top 10.
Unfortunately. Oh, and this one's being made backwards.
Yeah, you can do this.
You can do this. It will validate backwards. The only thing that happens if you validate it backwards is that the product count doesn't like count normally. Doing it backwards means that it'll eventually just like go straight from 0 to 6 once you have the whole thing over at once.
It also means it stops validating in terms of rate, which will matter for the other metric.
It means you don't get a rate. That is important. So nothing like this is happening on rate.
I don't think it makes a difference though, because you can just mirror your soul and it should work. I don't think this output is chiral, is it?
Oh, spatial. I have to spatial reasoning. No. I'm gonna say no. Now just draw the rest of the owl. I see, because the track is a beak and the disposal's one eye. I'm thinking that's where that's going with this. So in this metric, the potential advantage of building it backwards would be like my build order makes it so that it'll validate slightly quicker because I built it in like starting here as opposed to like starting with the weird Vitae thing. So it just like saves me a few cycles. It's not important at all here, but it does save you a tiny bit maybe. Yeah, different build order. Yeah, different build order at the beginning and end, maybe. Alright, let's get cracking on the solution notes. Avenged Ruler from the team writes, can make stick 1? Check. Can make stick 2? Check. Can make the monomer for assembly in a way that shouldn't interfere with things? Check. Also, we thought, now just draw the owl. In all seriousness, this was a nightmare. I tried a layout very similar to the having the salts and nearby bonder swapped, and the animismus rotated 180 degrees, but ran into problems pretty late into the process of assembly. After realizing this, I tried to find a completely different layout to solve the problems I was running into, but ultimately came back to this modification of my original setup because the only thing I doubled up on often in this layout was the water vitae, which I deemed a non-issue for most cases. After we made the first cycle, we realized, I think it's after we made the first like monomer, we realized issues with how the molecule was put on bonder 2 and had to make changes, and after cycle 2, even more problems were realized with this process. After fixing things for the second time, I had a working solution. As for the costs, I believe multi-arm should be best. I would imagine lowest track amount you could get should be 4, but I'd believe anything. 2 bonders and at least 1 calcifier should be required. Cycles were not optimized much. I was very tired of looking at this puzzle by the time I had it working.
Congrats on getting it working.
4 sounds spicy. What does that bring the cost to? 105?
100.
No, 100? 100 exact. Damn.
Yeah. That would be your hard theory min or naive theory min. 100 would be
I
that
guess
number.
the thing with having 4 is that because of
I mean,
your
it's
argument
animismus.
you need 4 for
Yeah,
animismus,
animismus forces at least 4.
but then you also need a 5th if you ever want to change the channel of the atom. Because if you have 4 tracks, then all 4 tracks are in different channels, and that might be why some people in chat are saying that 105 is very min.
So it was mentioned earlier in channel theory that a length 2 arm, you get access to quote unquote a quarter of the space. So there are 4 channels you need to worry about. So having 4 hexes a track means that, like, yeah, that you never have 2 of your hexes of track on the same channel. And that's very important because introducing a 5th means that suddenly 2 of your grippers get access to the same channel. They can hand off. Take away that 5th track, and suddenly there are no handoffs, or at least no single atom handoffs ever happening. I don't know if this is a hard theory argument against 100. Maybe it isn't, but it makes anything past 105 very theoretically yikes. The question to me is if the single exchanger for 5 hexes can work. Yeah, like it's possible because you do get that one handoff with your, trapezoid track or whatever, however you want to make it look. But that's the only handoff you're getting, I think. Well, actually, it's not true. You also get a handoff like up here, so you get 2 handoffs.
Yeah, shadow cluster.
You can get 4, but it involves molecules in a debond.
I was unmuted. Yeah. Anyway, shadow cluster mentioned the having 4 means you could do 4 just with molecules.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Interesting to think about, though. Very interesting. Partly why I like this puzzle so much for cost. Okay. We do finally enter our top 10, though. Starting us at... Well, it's not starting us, but moving on down to 1,963 cycles. Still at 110. Gecko. Tringle track.
Ringo.
I guess this makes sense if you want to maximize the number of handoffs, because you now get 3 spots to hand off at.
So as far as like 6 hex shapes go for this like handoff puzzle thing, Tringles is a banger shape. Triangle specifically means 360 grippers. Yeah, you can just hand off in any direction. I believe you can hand off in all directions. So you get complete full hex arm abuse. Speech impediment track. Rude.
What do you mean speech impediment? We're pronouncing Tringles like entirely correctly.
That's how you pronounce Tringles, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so solutions for this solve are very simple. Gecko writes, slightly faster, didn't realize OM clone padded with empty instructions. Hence the, V1 OM clone brackets in the solution title. This used to be a 1999, but now it's a 1963. It wouldn't have come close to affecting placement. Why would it not be pronounced Tringle if Pringles are pronounced Pringle? That's an incredible point. I'm not seeing the problem. It was a very good spot for Crytelli, though. I will say that. Sorry, Gecko.
I was about to say, is this a new player not knowing about Critelli? No, this is Gecko. We're disappointed in you.
Is the Critelli under the solve, or is it just somewhere way in the distance? Might be an OM clone thing.
Maybe it's under the disposal. Then I'll maybe forgive you.
I'm guessing it's... Yeah, I think it's under the solve. Maybe Pringles are pronounced triangle. Ugh.
Triangle. Oh no.
Ugh. Triangle. I have to admit, I've never once used OM Clone or OM Sim for actually making a solve. I do everything in the game.
I don't think OM City can make a software anyways. I haven't used OM Clone before though.
Oh, I don't think OM Sim is used for that. I think it's mostly OM Clone. Also, like Faindir and stuff, it's used for solution editing purposes.
Yeah, there's the Lafayette editor, there's the OM Clone, there's also the Fuzzone editor.
There's
I haven't
Phazone.
used either, but I use plenty of modded.
I used to use Phazone all the time to check the
Opus
instruction
Magnum
count.
also added solutions, so true, Shadow Cluster.
Oh, does it? Oh. Hang on, since when?
Not when you have the mod, not when you have the frame rate mod on. Then it's anti-tinkering mode.
I think I've done something, but I can tinker. Yay!
I
Doesn't
think you
crash
just
the game.
turned off the frame rate mod.
I might have just literally just done that. Oh, alright. In 9th place, slight cycles drop down to 1910 with Psy Looks Away. Funny Triangle 6P is the name.
So I joined at the end of the last tournament, and he's been making some very strong solutions.
I believe the debut was a really cool Criterion rate solve that I believe still exists as the RG solve. As the RG record. And that was the first time I think I'd seen Psy Looks Away make a solve. And hell of a debut. Okay, so this solve commits to putting both inputs on the same access point. So arm 1 will have to contend with grabbing excess earth. It disposes of some salt. I guess that's just like the excess earth, I think. Spiritually, anyway. Oh, it's the RA solve, not the RG solve. My bad. And so, yeah, because there are a fair few solves here at the 110 point. So you do want to think about cycles a fair amount here. So I think this is partly why you'll be seeing the disposal glyph. Because it might be possible to do it without disposal, but why would you bother with a waste chain? You can just, like, plonk disposal. Because you're never far away from the disposal glyph. Because of the nature of, you know, passing shit off to with a hex arm. So it is pretty much always just quicker to just use the disposal glyph. So and because of the because the triangle here is a very helpful shape for handoffs and for access point, usage exploitation, that fits very naturally. A disposal glyph will fit very naturally into your layout. So beforehand, when we were worrying about like single arms, it could be unhelpful to use the disposal glyph, but not here. I was right. I thought it was RG. It was both. Fair enough. Psy Looks Away writes in the solution notes, the cheapest way to service anime is a length 2 arm on a diamond track. You need a multi-arm to get enough access points for the rest of your glyphs. The track outside of the diamond shape is there to facilitate communication between the grippers on the multi-arm, I see no way to end up with enough access points after expanding the diamond with only 1 hex of track. So 6 track seems to be the minimum. So we have a claim here that this is min secondary. Also off topic, but I want to ask Jinyu what he thinks of the Tawny puzzles. Because I've seen a lot of leaderboard activity.
You've asked me if you want. You've
Yeah.
asked me if I could ask it for you in Chinese.
I thought that was necessary. Yeah.
Jinyu speaks English just fine. He just uses like different terminology. What did he call atoms again? Grapes or something?
Cool.
Wasn't it balls?
Balls or well, close enough. I just remember it was something weird. Bowels.
Alchemicals.
Didn't you like
Didn't
ask
Jinyu-
Jinyu what he thought of like Philosopher's Catalyst or something like that?
Oh, he came in
Didn't
and
he hate
sassed
it?
Philosopher's Catalyst, and that one hurt.
Poor Haxon. It was that Haxon's puzzle.
Yeah.
That does not bode well for next year. No, it's fine. It's just a Philosopher's Catalyst problem.
Alright. Keeping things rolling. Best I can. In 7th place. At 39 cycles, Fiesta Land. Team Fiesta. I miss saying Fiesta Land. Always felt a little incomplete saying Kevalan or Fiesta.
Also, I just noticed that we don't have the Twitch chat set up on the stream.
Oh, it doesn't pop up. Oh, wait, hang on. That
Yeah,
sounds
all
like
of you are silenced.
That sounds like a... Oh my god, this whole time. That's
I've been just
Wait.
looking at the real Twitch chat. Also, where's 8th place?
Chat has pointed out that.
Where's 8th
That's
place?
Hmm.
Hmm.
That's
Hmm.
Wait, let me actually check.
Oh wait, no, there is an 8th place. I skipped it. Fuck.
Oh, it's sort of tied.
Nah, my bad. Alright, save that one. It is Mr. Puzzle.
Not Mr. Puzzle, it's Mr. Puzzle and RPO.
Oh, RPO immediately
RPO.
knew you guys got skipped. Ugh. Ugh.
We are professional hosts here.
As I realize over an hour into the stream that the chat overlay is completely broken.
These
I
are
can fix
really
that for
small
you because it's
cycles.
your Twitch.
Stop.
The RPO said this is his solve. Mr. Puzzle did the rate.
Okay, so that was the division of labor. Because this solve does not have notes, so I can't give you the juicy story of this puzzle's creation. Did the alchemists spend the entire week locked away in a basement, or was this thrown together in 15
Eating
minutes?
this.
We'll never know.
With only tissues as their sustenance. That is a weird build order. Why is there just a hole there?
Just sneak the Vitae in at the bottom. That's pretty cool, actually.
Anyways, hopefully we'll have the Twitch chat thing fixed before next stream, or during like between the metrics.
I think it's because I changed my actual Twitch URL from Zorfiax to
What is it
Zorfi.
not? Oh, yeah,
I
that'll do
think
it.
that fucked it up, but I can't quite
Yeah,
find where
you're gonna have to copy. I didn't notice that. I thought you were still Zorfiax or something.
That's definitely why.
Yeah,
We're
that makes
just gonna-
sense. No, it should be an easy fix.
Should be an easy fix. I just need a...
Just gotta copy the new link from Streamlabs.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to assume RPO spent the entire week working exclusively on this puzzle, on this particular metric, and this was the culmination of perhaps over 100 hours of effort. It's an incredible achievement, given the extenuating circumstances involved. I tip my hat off. This is incredible, RPO.
We've already seen the next solve.
All right. I'm gonna move on to the next solve that I've already shown. Coming in at 7th place, you'll never guess, Team Fiesta Land. I would at least 6p build the right monomer at least. Okay, so.
Totally normal JSOLve.
Alright. So the solution notes read, rate for this puzzle played out fairly normally, but for costs, this is an unlooked for, unusual delight. For most puzzles that include animismus, minimum cost is trivial to calculate. You need a simple arm on 4-track just to serve the diamond glyph. And having done that, you have 24 access points, which is more than enough for pretty much anything. Add in the minimal set of required glyphs and you're off to the races. But here, a single arm on 4-track has only 4 access points. Enough to handle animismus, but not enough to do literally anything else. In order to gain additional access points, there are 2 options. Add to track or use a multi-arm. We ended up choosing a hex arm because it has grippers that are closest together. But having done that, we still need additional track because a length 2 hex arm can only pass atoms between its grippers through translation if it has a line of 3 track. We ended up adding 2 track because that allowed us to make this big triangle shape which allows all of the hex arm grippers to pass to one another. With access taken care of, the only other unusual concern is that we need a second bonder because no rotational movement is permitted. Hence the solve you see here, which uses 30G more than min cost without the restrictions. We could not rule out a length 5 track. That allows the hex arm to only pass between 2 of its grippers instead of freely among all 6. That felt like a hellish restriction, especially for a weekly, but it does technically satisfy the requirement of 10 useful access points. Interested to see if anyone wrangled that challenge. Interesting. I think those are all reasonable statements to make about this puzzle. If I'm not mistaken, if you do use 5 hexes of track, you do technically 4 of the grippers can hand off between each other. Because if I think I showed this before, but if I do something like that, I'll highlight the key hexes with equilibrium. You can see here. So you get 2 sets, you get 2 different handoffs. You get the kind of the top handoff and the bottom handoff. So that's an important consideration because it's not much, but it's something if you're gonna go for that particular challenge. Oh, Fiesta's a very good note writer, incredible note writer. If we had a note metric, I'd expect his name in the top 3 every time.
We also have Kazian up there. Is
Kazian-
Kazian in the team list? Kazian hasn't showed up yet.
Has not showed up. Kazian this week is submitting as part of Team Hallow Jazian.
What's this a bit as last time? Something brick?
Still not a brick.
Team still on the brick, yeah.
Coming up next, in 6th place, you. Yes, you.
You. Right there.
You.
Yes, you.
Watching this stream. You, right now. You're 6th place.
Those who don't know about last tournament, you submitted as who last time. It's another left builder, nice.
Another left builder.
Jake,
No disposal.
You-
I was wrong. Was I wrong? Maybe I was wrong.
yo, no disposal. Let's go.
So like disposal would fit in the upper left, so it like saved cycles to not use disposal, because you can
Did
fit
it?
it. It fits in the top, like above up left of the track.
Yeah, but like, did it actually save cycles?
It's like it did. It says a lower cycle count than 5 other scoring 110G solves.
Well, yeah,
It's
it's faster than those, but
it's
it's
hard
faster
to-
than.
It's hard to say, to be honest. This is a Moore's waste chain solve that can loop. Oh, were we completely wrong about that claim? Well, were we? Oh, absolutely can, because you don't need to access both ends of the chain. Yep, okay, yep. I was speaking out of my ass on that one. Alright. You writes in the solution notes. I tried...
What did I write?
What did you write? It's your solve.
I don't know. What did I write?
It is.
That was you solve.
I mean, your is one of the pronouns, so it is your solve.
It is your solve. Yeah, it is your solve.
You tell me
Am I
what
really
the
gonna
solution.
keep this up?
We're just stuck in an infinite like who's on first language loop. All right.
Who are you? Who is you?
Who is you? You wrote in the solution notes. I tried to get various 5-track shapes to work, which are challenging as the arms do not communicate with each other. The most promising was the 5-track loop, like the trapezoid, but I think it's impossible. There exists 4 6-length track loops. The hex loop is impossible as it cannot grab all parts of the animismus, and the other 2 do not allow communication between the arms, so I used the triangle loop. What would the other 2 be? I think, like, that's
At
one.
least one of them.
There's a chevron, and there's the parallelogram, I think.
Oh, of course, yeah, alright. So that would be the other one. And yeah. Yeah, those ones are quite... They're very worse. Anyway, let's just, like, skip to... That's good enough. Alright. Back to the notes.
Yep. Avenged ruler notes in the Twitch chat that the chevron shape has been used.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
believe we did see a chevron.
Chevron.
We did see a chevron
It just,
earlier.
evidently it was a lot harder to use.
It did work. The chevron did work, though.
It did work.
Let it be
It's
known.
just harder.
The parallelogram...
I
The parallelogram is probably the
want to
worst
see
one.
that.
Parallel.
Somebody make a parallelogram solve.
What about my boy Hexagon? Your boy Hexagon doesn't work because as
No animismus accent. Yeah.
as you said in your own solution notes, you can't get the animismus glyph.
We have hangman track, we have hangman track at least.
Doesn't work. Alright. I did it again. Let's just elephant mode up to like... Alright, that's good enough. Back to your solution notes. Non-loops greatly reduce maneuverability, so are probably slower. The 2 inputs are grabbed when the arm is in the lower middle and right middle positions, so the glyphs are placed to minimize grabs in those positions. Since I rarely want to grab things off of the bonder, it is placed to straddle those 2 positions. The other bonder is placed out of the way. Animismus is placed so its inputs are also straddle those 2 positions. Solution made in OM clone. I did some light cycle optimization to save 300 cycles, but did not attempt other glyph layouts. This solve, if you added those 300 cycles back, would have placed 10th.
God damn.
That is some clutch last minute
That's
optimization.
tertiary save.
That is 4 placements saved by those 300 cycles.
Or tight up here on the top. And it only goes tighter. I think. I don't know.
Oh no, yeah.
You're the one with the leaderboard.
The next drop is not big either. At 1594, Ebenov.
About 100. Almost 100.
Chevron. We were
Chevron.
talking shit.
Oh, but up here?
We were talking such shit about the Chevron, and here it is. I will gladly eat my words. Maybe in tissue
We
form.
eat the product of the solution. Also no disposal. Apparently it is faster. You know. I guess you know, you can just kind of incidentally bond the Morse on. Yeah, because if you want to fit the chevron, it's gonna. If you want to fit the disposal, it has to be on the other side of the track, and that's a lot of shuffling you have to do to get the Morse all the way over there. Might as well just bond it up.
Yeah, right. In the context of the triangle loop, it makes no sense to get rid of disposal, but with the chevron suddenly makes, like, the chevron no disposal combo suddenly.
Yeah, like
that's
two
not
of
a
the
bad
grippers almost
idea.
never do anything.
It's not a bad idea, and I'm not ashamed to admit I completely overlooked it.
Yeah, do the bottom two grippers ever do anything? I don't think so.
No. So most of the solves here,
Yeah,
we've talked
and
about.
that's the only place you can fit a disposal, so you know,
Right.
might as well keep them unused.
Right, yeah. And the other thing, a lot of these solves, we've been talking about, like, handoffs and making, you know, access points and making use of all, and a lot of these solves have been making use of all 6 directions, but this one only ever needs 4 directions, which is why you're seeing Chevron solve beating all these other solves. There's just, like, because there's, like, less directions, there's, like, everything is in essence closer to each other. I think I'm not quite putting
Yeah,
that
pretty
right.
much. You
Yeah.
don't need that as many. You don't need to pass things off as much.
Yeah, right. That's a better way to put it. Very cool too. It's because you have to. So a lot of these solvers would have paid very close attention to which hex of the track loop the arm is on when it is grabbing an input. Because if it's like in a spot where you need to be grabbing all the time, then you'll be grabbing a lot of excess inputs. But here, very deliberately, such that the inputs are on the same channel as the animismus drop-off hexes, because you never need to grab on those hexes. You only ever need to drop. So it makes perfect sense. And here, the water doesn't touch any of the bonders. Here, the earth touches one bonder. That's okay. That we can work around. Nothing else. So, very clever layout. I really like this layout.
RPO points out in chat that since there are no pivots in this metric, how about translate of the week?
Translate of the week. With the triple grab.
We're just gonna do pivot of the week. That's more fun.
Well, we literally can't do pivot of the week, so I like the translate of the week.
There is no pivot. No, there's pivot of the week. It's just some biggie solve.
No, actually, not anymore. Not anymore.
If she actually used the pivot, I don't know if she did or not.
She beat. No, she submitted like with 5 minutes to go with a solve that does not pivot.
Well, I mean, it's still there. The solve is there.
It is there. It is there. Hang on, I still can't find the triple grab. Sorry, RPO. I'm thumbing through the solve a bit. We'll find it. Oh fuck! It was right there.
There it is.
There it is. Hang on. All right. Who's ready for Translate of the Week? Why did I not use this Forgitsku speed up? Alright, Translate of the Week. Boom. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, maybe the showcase is another cool pivot. We could still do pivot of the week.
We could. It's not scoring. No. Anyway, in 4th place.
Not like pivot of the week ever scored anyways.
I should.
Not like anybody's scoring anyways.
Alright, in 4th place, I will reveal that this is the next solve is the fastest 110.
Which means we will have a one. Are we back to triangles, or are we stuck on chevrons still?
Our podium finishes were all 105s. But at 110, the fastest 110 solve clocks in at over 500 cycles faster than all the other 110s. And it was submitted by Genius42.
God damn, that's a drop and a half.
Genius42 coming in.
Back to triangles.
1087, blitzed everyone else. You'll love to see it.
It's the previous layout, but it has disposal. And it's using a triangle instead of a chevron.
And it's
okay.
That essentially makes it like entirely different from the previous layout.
Single-handedly bodying the big brain chevron no disposal stuff. Just do it faster, lol. One thing this does do that the previous solve also did, it only needs 4 directions. It says bottom 2 directions don't get used once more.
Less handoff, less cycles. That's how it goes.
I wasn't planning on doing it too, but as soon as I saw this puzzle, I pictured a hex arm on a tri-track, so I thought, let's try it. That was some very good intuition. Extremely good intuition. I just wanted to put this out there for the record, because Genius 42 almost always submits as part of a team, whether it's Team 42 or I think it's going to be a team with Jamu this year, but this is Jamu's puzzle, so that couldn't happen. But like, there's only ever been 2 times where Genius has submitted solo to the Weeklies in recent memory, and both times he did really, really well. The other time he came second.
Genius 42 has to submit on his own work.
Solo Weeklies Genius 42 is like a different beast entirely.
Also, Genius has to read the notes.
Alright, notes read. Solo effort for this week. Triangles are your friends. Join us. Join us. Illuminatus.
I didn't hear that word. Could you say it again?
Triangles.
You're being serious. I just said join us a second time.
No, the word before that.
Triangles are your friends.
Did I didn't hear that correctly. Could you say it again?
No, of course. I don't know what I'm reading here. Sorry. It's a little late where I am, so I'm not pronouncing words correctly anymore. That's understandable. Tringles are your friends.
Yeah, most of these are 6p because
apparently even the 1p solve
makes it faster.
Apparently even the 1p solve would have been comfortably faster than anything else submitted.
Yeah, it would have been.
I have to
But,
say,
you know, you never know.
this is a very cruisy, very logical build order. Like, I'm not saying like there's a lot of like it does a lot of like up and down movements that are just kind of baked in to the solve when it's like disposing of Moors or whatever. It's just like grabbing and moving the monomer in weird directions, and it just does not care. So it's like, I can just move it back, lol, while I do all this Moors thing. I don't have to worry about like extra regrabs on the actual polymer. I can just keep going. Yeah, I ain't gonna let that slow me down.
It can't go that far anyways.
How far can it go? Very sensible, very sound logic. Excellent solve, genius. Alright. Onto our podium. Hell of a job to get onto the podium for this puzzle this week. And it's a Weeklies puzzle, so that's particularly impressive.
Even the weeklies, even the competition in the weeklies have been getting high.
I know. Alright. In third place.
Weeklies used to be the ones where you can easily get top 10. No, not anymore.
No, yeah. Now, in top 10 is a feat even for the Weeklies now. It used to just be free. In third place, at 105G, at 1,655 cycles, Calyuresis.
Calyuresis was our first 105G.
Here it is, Trapezoid.
Trapezoid.
So, you did not need all 6 hexes. You can do it in 5. I don't...
As we proved earlier.
I think it needs to be the Trapezoid. I don't think there are any other...
I mean, is there any other way you can make a 5 loop? Well, not any... There's no other way to make a 5 loop, but there is other ways to make a 5 track, I suppose.
If you want to do it without loops, I say more power to you, but I don't think that's... I actually don't think that's a... That would be physically possible, because the loop is kind of necessary to, like, reroute.
Otherwise, Trapezoid is the only 5 loop, I think.
So I think it has... I'm pretty sure it has to be a Trapezoid. So...
I can't imagine any other 5 loop.
It's like, unless I've been playing Opus Magnum wrong all these years. Calyuresis writes in the solution notes, this puzzle had a lot of interesting cost theory and layout constraints. I made the assumptions that the track has to be a loop, and that disposal would be better than waste chaining the Moors. Given those assumptions, the position of the animismus is forced. Only the Crytelli and the bottom hex of the top right bonder have overlapping gripper positions. This results in 4 islands where single atoms are trapped until bonded. One of these islands needs to contain an input, calcifier, 1 bonder, and the input hexes of the anime. Of the 5 track positions, 2 are needed to be kept open for passing atoms between grippers. The animismus outputs take up 2 of the remaining 3 track positions, which means that at least 1 regent needs to share its track position and will have additional inputs pulled whenever the anime is pulled. Using water to make salt instead of earth makes the forced inputs easier to handle, since it makes water needed more often so it can be used right away instead of clogging the board. So, interesting design constraint that needing to use a trapezoid is not only do you only have... Suddenly you have a couple of grippers that can't hand off. Namely, in this solve, it's the top left and the bottom right grippers. They can't do any handoffs. They are like isolated grippers. Also, there is only like 1 spot where you can do the grippers, where you can do the handoff. And as it's pointed out here in the solve, the Crytelli hex is one of those hexes where you do the handoffs, and the other is, as pointed out, the top bonder, bottom hex. So those are 2 key hexes, because that's where the handoffs actually happen. So a lot of traffic coming through there, especially that top one.
So the handoff between the 2 sides, the top right and bottom left sides, has to be done with molecules, and the first molecule that gets passed through that is a molecule made of 2 water.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, also worth pointing out, like, yeah, the use of actually having molecules to, like, bond stuff to and to hand off between suddenly also becomes a lot more important. RPM mentions missing the fact that you get 2 handoff spots instead of 1. I believe Fiesta Land also missed that one. So it's a very surprisingly easy one to miss, that little detail. You actually do get 2 handoff spots, not just the one. Moors and disposal exist on its own island. Yeah, so that's one of the isolated arms is just that its job is Moors, because Moors doesn't interact with any of the rest of the layout at all, so you can just plonk it on disposal. Disposal's very tightly, snugly placed here. In second place, at 1,622 cycles, Team Hello Jarzian.
They submitted by a different name this time.
Okay, we'll get to first place. They know who they are. But for now, we will revel in second place. Wasn't by much, though, either. It was, I mean, as in between, cycles. The gap between third and second was 33 cycles. That's not many cycles. Is that me or...
Cluster. You know, people are saying Team's cluster takes it.
So, let's have a look at the notes. Team Hello Jarzian writes, I scarcely knew how to even approach this problem, but my correspondent was adamant on the theoretical minimum of 25 Gilder of track. 20 Gilder is not enough to both calcify an atom and activate the glyph of animismus, never mind moving Moors. Others will have explained how fielding this problem is by this point. This layout was settled on quickly, and suffice to say, I was unsuccessful in persuading my correspondent to give up and spend another 5 Gilder. Tight-fisted and sharp-witted, he continues to educate me on what is possible on frugal engines. My only contribution to this machine is changing the trailing end of the tissue fiber for speed and a slightly faster Moors disposal timing. Alchemist Karzian, in correspondence with Alchemist Jasper.
I love how this team writes their notes.
Yes, Jasper...
I think it's almost always just Kazian writing the notes and in place of his correspondent.
It's good to see the correspondent make it back into the lore notes, actually. I did miss it a little in the tournaments. Also, yeah, Jasper is a known cost fiend. He's extremely good at cost. As is Kelly Racis, by the way.
That area.
And yeah, with Jasper, it's also with area. With Kelly Racis, it's also with everything.
Especially like a waste shuffling area, and that's his expertise.
Okay, so this is rather different from the other solve in terms of sequencing and bonding order. One thing that it does have exactly the same as was predicted by Shadow Cluster is that the Moors it's on its own island with the disposal because it doesn't need to interact with the rest of the solve. So that's just off to the far left. Does its own thing, isn't in the way of anything else. Interesting that the Moors does get grabbed in 2 different directions though, because of the way the polymer has to move. Very complicated. It seems to be... Yeah, so there's like a top area with the earth atom and a bottom area with the water atom. So that's paying attention. So that is the hex where it grabs water. So you have to pay attention because it will grab Vitae. Whenever it grabs Vitae, it will also grab water. So you have to make sure you can't have excess water. So that has to be planned around. And this is the hex where you grab earth. Far safer. Don't have to worry about anything there. This uses all 6 grippers. Yeah, it is useful in all 6 directions. Yeah, because I did notice Calyresis' solve. It was like one of the islands was just never used. But here, the other island, the other isolated hex arm, it is this far right one. It does a lot of moving around of the polymer output, because the polymer output's a giant molecule. So it is actually the perfect place to have this isolated arm that can't directly communicate, because that's where the giant molecule is. Actually, a good way to make use of that other island, because one of them obviously is Moore's, but that is a cool detail, if you ask me. Alright. In first place, Team Cycle Mains. You heard it here first. It is Biggie.
That is such a ridiculous name.
It's obviously Biggie and Grimmy, because yeah, no, it's it's the team of Shadow Cluster and Rebix.
Yes, the known cycle mains of this community.
Exactly,
yes,
our resident
yes.
cycle mains. Yes. Which is why they won the cycle tertiary, because they're cycle mains.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the reason. That's the only reason. Okay, so this was comfortably fast. This wasn't a little faster. This was like... This was
like a good 500 cycles faster.
That's almost 500 cycles faster. You telling me we let Shadow Cluster and Rebix into the same room?
Really though, I think of Rebix as a class main, and Shadow Cluster is definitely an area main.
Shadow Cluster, he's no slouch in cost, if I'm remembering correctly. But yes, Rebix is also like...
you know, we think of him as the area main. I mean, like, he had his pronouns as area main once.
Rebix is also...
So we shall only refer to area main as area main.
But yes, Rebix is also a well-known cost fiend.
Yeah. Rebix, I think, is notably known for cost, and Pentapig is notably known for cost area.
Cost and production instructions.
Yeah, production instructions as well. And to be fair, Pentapig is also just an everything main, but
Alright, so cracking on the
he's leagues ahead other people on that. Alright, you read the notes.
Alright. Yeah, so because they're not short notes, so I'll just get cracking now. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and guess... Oh, God. I don't know who wrote these. Maybe Rebix? I don't know.
Probably Rebix. Rebix is the one that submitted. And Shadow Cluster is a non-note writer.
That's why I guessed Rebix. Okay. The notes read, 4 channels, 5 tracks. Using the pigeonhole principle, at least one channel has 2 tracks. The 5th track is on the... Oh, this is Shadow Cluster. We were... This is 100% Shadow Cluster. Using the pigeonhole principle, at least one channel has 2 tracks. The 5th track is on the same channel as the 2nd track. Therefore, the intersection point for the handoff is on the bonder. Moore's is disposed of because it is not used in the product. The Moore's exists on the same island as the disposal for this purpose of being disposed of by the disposal. Not salt, because salt, when it goes over the not salt become salt when it goes over the calcification glyph. Due to cost lacking the duplication glyph, not salts that become salt when it should be not salt becomes salt and cannot be not salt. This not supposed to be salt can only not be salt if the calcification is not placed to route the not salts into salt. There are essentially 16 vectors of movement available, 4 each, but -2 for the channels with a region. The possible movements can be easily enumerated through tracking which channel each atom currently occupies and how each vector changes the channel. The construction is oddly convenient with the regent pools. Some may even call it a coincidence. I'd even hazard a guess and say the playtesters found this procedure and worked and Volkswagened the atoms to make 105 possible. Rebix
Wait,
was
we playtested?
Only
Rebix was a great help in grinding this down to where the tertiaries lie. Several movements do multiple things or avoid doing multiple things. However, I do feel there is some inefficiency that still exists here that someone may have been able to find. No, this did clear.
I can tell why you knew that was Shadow Cluster.
I was like, sentence 1. I'm like, okay, I was wrong. It's Shadow Cluster. Yeah, the first half was like deliberately funny and confusing, but that second half it was actually incredibly informative. That does explain a lot as to why, like,
The salt knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from by subtracting where it isn't from all the possible places, it knows where it is.
But do note how much less shuffling is needed to just put the two sticks together and to bring the sticks over. If I fast forward.
Yeah.
See, the actual polymer is what doesn't really need to be... Yeah, it comes down here so that it's not in the way of the water channel. And it comes back up so it can be bonded to the stick. That's about it. Very, very cool sequencing here. This is like... For a not veteran, this is very subtle stuff.
What was the best solve we came up with for custom playtesting? Axel would be most familiar with that.
We didn't.
We didn't playtest it at all?
No, it was the other metric that got playtested.
Amazing.
But I did not. But I have to reveal that I have to come clear that I did not playtest this puzzle.
Even Haxton didn't
Well, if
playtest it.
Axel didn't playtest this puzzle, then nobody did. Also, as a reflex, we have a bot.
We have a what? Oh, fuck.
We have a bot in the chat.
Well, before I move on, let's do some house cleaning. Fuck, how do I do it?
Yeah, just hover over their name, click it, and then
Hell yeah.
I think, yeah. Go to the 3 dots, press block. I think, I don't know.
No, that's it.
I don't do this often. Yeah. Or I guess you can ban them. Yeah. Even the bots love restricted instructions mid-cost. Yeah, we didn't do much playtesting because we knew it would probably be interesting anyways, even if it was just a single arm on a very long track.
Okay, we are about to start. I know 7T Storm was curious. Yes, we are about to start, right?
Fix the thing first. The Twitch chat.
Alright, how do I write this?
We can do that now.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a fair point.
We can take a break in the meantime and Zarflex sorts that out. In between my checks.
Yeah, hopefully it's quick. I'm a little scared that
Yeah, just notice. Our Shadow Cluster is hopping off. It's 2 a.m. apparently. Wait, doesn't mean that's at 2 a.m. for you, Zarflex.
Yes, it does mean it's 2 a.m. for me.
Ah, it's a weekend. It doesn't matter too much.
Hang on, I can't use the Discord chat overlay website. I need like a Twitch chat overlay website. Isn't that right?
Yeah, you have to use the Twitch chat overlay. That's what we've been using. So you just go to Streamlabs, I think is the one that we used before.
Oh god, log in. Fuck. I don't know. I'm losing confidence that this will be quick.
That's fine. Just log in with Twitch.
I expect rate to be a lot faster.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Let me check how many people did submit for rate. I don't know where it begins though.
I think I said earlier.
It begins somewhere.
I guessed earlier it was about like 25. I think.
Did 70 Storm submit that's a 535 call solve. I think it starts at 26th place. Because it doesn't look like a call solve. Yeah, I think 26 is where it safely begins. At least 26 on my part, so I don't know if I have some teams or names not set up properly. I think everybody submitted their teams as just in their submission name, right? We haven't had to put in any manually.
Oh, it didn't work.
What did it work? Did you copy it to the right widget?
Yeah.
I wish I could see what you're doing right now to see if you did anything wrong. Well, that's maybe because we haven't been typing it.
No, it didn't work.
Nope, nothing showed up.
Yeah, I'm gonna try for a few more minutes, but if this isn't working, I'm gonna abandon it because I do want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you the URL where you're gonna have to copy the thing from. Should be this one.
Sorry, give us at most 3 minutes.
You
Dear
click the
viewers.
copy widget URL,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one I
and
used. You go to
once
chat
you do
box.
that, you post that on the Twitch.
Yeah, you go to chat box, and then you copy the widget URL, and then you go to the Twitch source on OBS where it says URL, and you paste that in.
Yeah, is that what you did?
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Didn't work.
Or are you signed? What are you signed in as?
Zorflack, I believe it. I am now signed in properly.
Huh. Interesting then. Weird.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a way around it. I'm probably gonna have to actually fuck with this before my next
Yeah,
stream.
we're gonna have to fix that next time then.
We're gonna have to.
You can always ask how Panic does it as well. Panic just copies the chat and then does some custom CSS or whatever.
It's fine for Twitch because you guys have chat, but it'll just make the YouTube rewatch more boring.
It's fine.
All right.
Brookie didn't have a Twitch chat on all his streams.
That's fair. No, yeah, it's still watchable. Please feel free to spam emote pyramids while we're not doing anything.
Also, I'm curious, did you change the stream title in time this time?
Nope. Mara reminded me.
Yes, this is Opus Magnum Tournament 2024.
Yes, this is Crytelium.
I was wondering if you'd forget that. I wasn't here to remind you in time.
The 2019 recap videos are probably in the same headspace as the 2024 blog, as in they're on the back burner. Because there are other bigger things happening at the moment.
We get there when we get there is when they're coming out.
That is a we get there when we get there project. Alright.
So RPO did say he wanted to do it this summer. The tournament lore. Right. Zarfax. How
That
about your
is-
Cretelium lore?
We get there when we get there. Alright. Alright, we're gonna kick things off for rate. At 28th place, 7T Storm.
28th?
Yeah, we do have to.
28th for you. Oh, maybe I didn't update my solutions since maybe there were some last minute submissions.
28 stab wounds. How many times did Julius Caesar get stabbed? Was it 28?
Several times. That's all I know.
23. There you go. A few too many.
Oh, that is an arm river and a half.
Yosh had it for me. So. I'm impressed you knew that, Yosh. I just assumed no one knew, so I googled it.
That sure is a track loop, alright.
This almost looks like an Amarms solve. Hang on, what's the Amarms button?
There we go. Amarm is arm area minus arms, where arms do not count for area. Well, the arm bases do not count for area. Is essentially what that means.
If you're watching this on YouTube, it'll be one of my stream videos called Latchhook Fireworks, where we talk a lot about Amarms, and it's a lot of this on screen right now.
This is when that little information box pops up in the top right corner telling you to go to telling you to go to Latchhook Fireworks.
If I was a competent YouTuber, it would be, but I am not.
I think Dicky is the most competent YouTuber out of all of us tournament hosts.
Definitely. 7T Storm writes in the solution notes, "This is my final attempt on reaching min rate in this economy. Only time will tell if I found it or not. Chances are that I haven't. Sadly, not in this economy.
The inputs fast enough, sadly.
Not in this economy, no. Water and earth are expensive.
We can't afford to pour that much." Latchhook Fireworks is a banger puzzle. I just wonder if Zach will approve of it for the journal.
I will tell him how many. I will tell him this is a puzzle people thought was a banger puzzle, and hopefully that helps. Nah, yeah. I reckon I got a chance. I reckon I got a chance with Zach. I think I might be able to convince him on Latchhook.
It's a journal puzzle. It's fine. I mean, we also have Bicrystal Transceiver and what is it? Warp Fuel. I think we're only getting Bicrystal Transceiver through.
I think Latchhook Fireworks.
You think everything is cringe spiritual shampoo?
You think the concept of cringe is cringe? No, I kid. In 27th place, it's Petrocat Solve again. Let me just bid it up for posterity's sake. We have seen the solve before, so we'll move on.
Oh, we've seen the solve before? Okay.
In 26th place, the rate will drop down to 10th. I said 10th. No, a rate of 10. Valley 42. A fellow 42 enjoyer.
We need a Team 42 with all the 42s. Well, that's a tringle.
In reality, if Latchhook doesn't get in, I would be perfectly happy with putting in Touchstone instead. Because that would be the puzzle that makes it in if Latchhook doesn't. So, and like, I would like to have Touchstone in, so, yeah.
But Fireworks. In the meantime, we could also rename it to Parade Rockets.
Yeah, true. Alright. So we were just kind of talking about this impressively big solve. This is a big boy solve. So min rate, naturally, the first and best thing to think about is grabbing inputs as often as possible. For those of you not in the know, that is once every 2 cycles. So you're going to be trying your best to be grabbing the earth and water once every 2 cycles. Making sure you don't have any waste chains. You only dispose Moors. And if you can eventually solve the puzzle under those restrictions, you will get a min rate solve. Unless there's metals. Which there aren't metals. So we don't have to... This isn't Criterion. We don't have to talk about metal theory. Yeah, Touchstone's unlucky to miss out. Because I can't... so the ones that I want to put in are blue vitriol.
There's so many other good puzzles. Yeah, the blue vitriol.
Dental
what
amalgam, thermal fuse, and cryotelium. I couldn't take any of those out at all. So the 5th puzzle.
And some people would probably say you can take out thermal fuse, but I like thermal fuse better.
Nah, I'm not taking out thermal fuse. Anyway, so this is actually very logical routing. So build the 2 sticks. 1 stick goes all the way up. 1 stick goes all the way down. And because geometry, because the stick here has to go quite far up, the journey back down to meet up with the water stick is a lengthy and arduous one. And it takes a lot of arms and a lot of track. But it gets there. And so you get an impressive rate of 10.
If only you could grab the input more.
Okay, spiritual
It's
shampoo.
grabbing the earth everywhere.
I'm genuinely curious, spiritual shampoo. Which of the 2024 puzzles weren't cringe? Yeah, it's the water here that's So you can see
None.
the earth here
Yeah.
actually is the earth here actually is being pulled at input speed. It's just the water doesn't quite match up.
Spiritual shampoo is the kind of person who's going to call his own puzzle cringe.
None. Oh. Alright, now, moving on. In 25th place. Still at a rate of 10, but the cost will take a bit of a nosedive down to 640, so... Oh, wait. I just blanked out. It's Dr. Enigma, so... Everyone else's puzzles are bangers and all of mine are cringe. The hell you mean?
I don't know, I've gotten some pretty cringe puzzles. Mostly on my weeklies endeavors. Because I put 0 effort into my weekly puzzles.
You underrate... You think your weekly puzzles are all cringe. They are not.
Yes, what was it? Crystal compression?
Alright, okay, look. I'm not the biggest crystal compression defender. I'll give you that one.
There's Archery Promotion, which is a meme and almost a meme and a half.
See,
There's also
that I will defend. We defend.
Vaporized Propellant is okay at least.
But back to this, so this one pulls the both inputs 4 times per loop, but the loop length is 10, so it is slower than.
Yeah, and this is one of the pulls of every yeah. It pauses between like every 4 pulls again. So that brings it to a rate of 10.
Important difference between this and the last solve is that the 2 sticks do not go around Middle Earth to meet up with each other. They just meet up together right there on the Bondo.
No, they go straight to Mordor.
They go straight to Mordor.
You take a ride on the Eagle straight to Mordor.
But you can see that single change is why this is about a third the cost of the last solve, which would be, yeah, and then that is the difference between the two solves, more or less. Although the routing here is a lot simpler as well with like the water and earth. I do look forward to seeing more of Dr. Enigma, I will say. Because I know, yeah, we have a Mr. Puzzle. We are used to having a Mr. Puzzle who is really, really good at this game. I suspect Dr. Enigma sticks around, it'll only be a matter of time. But, moving on. In 24th place, we hit min rate. So there were 24...
Already? At 24th place? Min rate already? God damn.
24 scoring solves at min rate. There were, in fact, 25, but one of them's a playtest solve.
It was the playtest, or I think it was Panic, right?
It was Panic.
Yeah, shout out to Panic for actually at least playtesting one of the metrics.
This is what I was curious to... It's a bit of a shame Jamie wasn't available, because I was curious to, like, ask them, like, where did this come from? How did cost come together? Did you work out how interesting it was? Or, like, was the idea sound? Or was this just, like, damn, we accidentally lucked out on a cost puzzle? Or something like that. But, yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting idea. Just the fact that you have to think more differently in terms of access points. But, you know, sometimes ideas, like, just... That's the extent of what our playtesting does. We think, that's interesting. The players can figure this out themselves.
It's an animismus puzzle where min cost is extremely non-obvious.
Yeah.
Which I think is incredibly cool.
Playtesting is for people who don't know that they already built a perfect puzzle. True.
At the risk of sounding arrogant, that was me a little when I cooked up blue vitriol. I'm like, hang on, I don't even need to say it. I know this shit's gonna work. Anyway, 24th place.
You also somehow stumbled into a very good Psychos puzzle with Touchstone. And I stumbled into a very good latency puzzle.
In 24th place, so I'm just going to read the cost from now on, since that's going to be what separates everyone. At 1945, Mr. Royal Spade. Ah. There it is. There is the spade. Love to see it.
I guess it kind of looks more like a spade, as in like I don't know. It looks more like an arrowhead.
Oh, OG Dental Amalgam. I knew the size of the chambers needed work. It's just like, yeah, that's the thing with production puzzles. You have to tinker with the size of the chambers a lot. And there was also the Chunky Moors edition though. Anyway.
You can tinker with the sizes, you can tinker with the input, you can tinker with the output. Is this Factorio? Maybe.
Actually, yeah, more than most solves, this is big Factorio energy.
You got your pipelines and the pipelines converge. Yippee!
As a Factorio main, this is Factorio. Valid. Mr. Royal Spade writes in the solution notes, this is definitely one of the solutions of all time. You don't need...
It sure is.
That much we can ascertain. You don't need to spend too much time on it, as I imagine 8 rate mate isn't revolutionary, and I didn't optimize cost at all. Still, I wanted that 0.8, and I got it. You love to see it. You do, in fact, love to see it. So, as mentioned, if you were pulling both atoms every 2 cycles, and you were only throwing away Moors, no waste chains, no funky business, and you solve the puzzle, you will eventually get a min rate solve. And this is pretty much the logic of this solve. This is, I want to do it in a funny conveyor belt. Let's not worry about optimizing. I want that min secondary. So here we are, and it looks cool.
A lot of times the conveyor belts are also done with like giant sticks.
True.
It saves on the amount of arms you need on your conveyor belt. You just need one to push and then just need one to break off.
Oh, I had a Criterion flashback with giant sticks in rate solves. So many giant sticks.
Yeah,
My
I mean
poor
that's just
Zoom
something.
pool.
It just happens when you have like complicated rate solves. It's easier to math things out with stick.
It's because of the instructions secondary. If it was like area secondary,
Not
we would
just
have...
that, but like like also we've seen plenty of sticks in other similar metal rate puzzles because it's just the easiest ways to math things out.
I mean, you wouldn't do it for an area secondary, but I see your point.
Yeah, well, I mean, rate area didn't exist until fairly recently.
That is true. Alright. In 23rd place, at 1790 cost. Normal existing. Now, I don't know if they submitted last week, but if not, welcome to the Weeklies.
I believe they did.
Oh, okay, well...
They're very normal and they're very existing.
Their solution notes are a YouTube link, and it's the link to a little obscure 80s pop soundtrack called Never Gonna Give You Up by one Rick Astley.
Don't know if you knew that even without clicking on it.
Yeah. I didn't even need to click on it.
Otherwise, we'd have been rickrolled. You know what? You should have just rickrolled us on stream. That would have been funny.
Well, I would have rickrolled myself on stream.
Does it really count if you already knew it was gonna be the rickroll?
That's... does it count?
Maybe you just wanted to listen to the song.
The arms start with plus instructions. Why are you putting that in caps lock like it's a good thing? It's not.
L. L plus ratio plus instructions versus banner.
Plus not min. Plus unoptimized.
On us min primary and min secondary, we're doing pretty good out here.
True, true. I've converted to the minus church. Now that you love to see. We're proud. We're here at in the Zorflex streams. We are proud minus instruction enjoyers.
I'm not. Well, I did say before I joined the stream in our Weeklies chat that if I do join the stream, I am here to talk shit.
Now is the time to talk shit.
So, hello, it is I.
The shit talker.
Here to talk shit. The shit talker, indeed. Mostly at Zarflax.
So this isn't one giant funny conveyor belt, but there is on screen. We've been kind of chatting over it a bit, but look at this is such an intricate web of just look at the route the Earth takes downwards. There are two different routes, purely so that one of them can be calcified and the other can be not. All for a stabilized Earth, I should say a face powder, but
And
eventually
a lot of
gets
them
slotted
moving-
in. What's up?
And a lot of them moving over existing tracks, touching arms.
Yeah, through arm tracks, no less. There's only there's a couple of track loops at the top, but that's about it. Glad to see we're still on track for a 5-hour stream. Let's move on. That's my cue. In 22nd place, get ready for a big drop, because we drop over 1,000 G, down to 755 with Slab Drill. This puzzle is nothing if not on track. Okay, so is this the first solve we've seen today with duplication?
I think so.
Huh. Only took 2.5 hours, but we have duplication.
And it greatly simplifies the pipeline. The
So-
Earth can...
So duplication's really cool here, actually, because it means outside of that initialization, all of your Earth inputs can just be the animismus. That is now your animismus section. So that's all Earth atom needs to be, and water atom can be everything else. It's a really cool. It really simplifies min rate a lot. Very nice they did it. This is one hell of a track loop. Whoops, not that one. But just yeah, that is one hell of a track loop. That is an am-arms track loop. It is actually a little funny how the am-arms hotkey does actually feel somewhat useful in breaking down these solves. Yeah, that track loop, it handles the Earth input and then also handles the Moore's disposal. So that one track loop is just the entire Earth pipeline minus the vitae, which is handled very basically. Alright, nothing difficult here with the construction. Just slap the two sticks together and chuck that on the polymer and Robert's your father's brother. Slab drill writes in the solution notes, the duplication feels like a mistake as it costs 50 Gs to operate because of the initialization, but having such a clean animismus loop is just so nice. Previous solution had two different animismus glyphs, but merging the vitae together from the two was way too expensive. I can believe that. Having more than one animismus glyph, you are not only committing to, you know, 2 animismus glyphs and 40G, you are also committing to all the arms that need to operate the second animismus glyph as well. So that's where you do worry about cost, which is the tertiary here. Oh yeah, sorry Valley. Almost... Yeah, most of the solves ended up being at the min rate. But... Alright. Moving on. We drop just a little to 740G with Nathan F. Tissue regurgitator. No disposal, waste chain. Two waste chains.
Does that... There's also a bonder
Yes,
that
this
is
is your
never used.
digestive tract on tissues.
There's a bonder that never gets used.
That is
Is it
definitely...
nothing? I guess nothing can reach it.
That is an interestingly placed
Does
bundle.
10 gold matter? Does 10 gold matter in the placement?
Also, there's another 5 gold save because if you enable, you can enable disposal on. No,
Right.
There's a 10 gold save because you can enable the disposal on top
I
chain.
I think it's 5 gold because I think you need an extra hex track, but you can like do that. That would
No,
also...
on the top chain.
Oh, does it matter? Can you do it in the top 10 like even better? Oh, you can. Easy. Yeah. Yeah. That would work. Easy.
So that's 20 gold.
We'll get back to that
We're
question.
doing the tinkering. We're tinkering on stream.
That's right. That's right. I unscrewed my mods, so now I can tinker again with all the.
Do we still have Infinite Factory mod?
Hang on, I don't have Infinifactory mod. Whoa! Oh.
Yo, have we
Yeah.
finally removed it?
Oh, I feel dirty. Wet. No, I'm putting that back in next stream. No, this. I'm not me.
I
at the
have
moment.
scaffolding mod very useful, and I'll probably keep using it in the future.
I don't have scaffolding mod.
Scaffolding mod is great. I'll probably just keep it around. Probably for my own solves and not for string purposes, but yeah.
Nathan F. writes in the solution notes, the factoid, the average alchemist eats 3 tissues per year, is actually just a statistical error. The average alchemist eats 0 tissues per year. Tissues George, who lives under an alchemy cabinet and eats 1 tissue every 8 cycles, is an outlier and should not have been counted. Tissues George.
Amusing name. So this is just fit. This is just all the tissues we're feeding Tissues George.
Ah yes, Johnny Tissue Eater. So, one thing is being used here now. Are debonders. Have not seen any debonders all stream yet. But, another...
Have we not? We haven't seen any of the earlier rate solves?
It's possible I'm just not remembering any of the earlier rate solves having used
I feel like
disposal.
we've seen it in earlier rate solves. Maybe? Maybe. I don't know, it's pretty useful.
Do feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe this is the first time we're seeing this, a debonder this stream. There was a horizontal debonder in an early one. Okay, fair enough. But anyway, point I was going to make was that...
Morocondas' first solve of the stream, we had a debonder.
Oh, really? Fuck. Oops. But anyway, here in rate, the point is, in cost, if you make a horizontal bond, it's a death sentence. If you make, in rate, if you make a horizontal bond, it's just, oh, Lamal, let me just throw on a horizontal debonder. Easy.
Yeah, just 10 gold. Would 10 gold matter? Who knows?
The next solve, we take a drop of 5 gold.
Oh no, the 20 gold mattered.
It would have gotten in top 20 with that with either of the saves. But
Yeah.
nevertheless, in 20th place is John.
Wow, this looks compact. And a hex arm, for some reason.
Waist chain hex arm.
Are we sure we're not building a very dark thread right now?
That is very dark thread hours.
Gold is a weird way to pronounce Gilder.
It's actually pronounced Tringle. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, also the build order, the latency mismatch. It would have been mattered in if it wasn't a polymer puzzle, but since it is a polymer, you can just make a skeleton and
Yeah,
fix it later.
because in terms of polymers, if you didn't know, polymer validation works as long as you cover all the atoms on the actual polymer output with the right atoms and everything stays within the height. Everything in the molecule stays within the height, then it validates. The ... does not have to be covered, but you know, it has to be here because it has to be bonded to, because Vita has to be bonded to something. I wonder if it validates if you just have a floating Vitae over there. A
What?
floating vitae with a floating vitae with like a floating bond, because that's a thing you can do. There's a lot more jank to polymer validation, but that's the gist of what you need to know. Match everything on the polymer and keep everything in the molecule within the height.
All right. Yeah, no, I'm still unspoiled on the True Animismus mod. So yeah, no, dude, I cannot, I cannot know, I cannot know. All right, next up is the playtest solve, the fabled playtest solving. We do actually do that here sometimes in the weeklies. And that's a cool build order.
That's a build order and a half.
I paid for the whole.
Tourney about to be the most. Is Haxton Tourney about to be the most playtested tournament since Biggie?
Panic really went, I paid for the whole multi-bonder, I'm gonna use the whole multi-bonder, damn it. There is a lot of fix it in post happening because of this build order, but it is a good way to like solve the puzzle at min rate without needing to worry about brain power, because you can just oh, I need to get rid of this bond. Okay, let me just put a debonder here. Easy.
It's fricking, but built into the polymer. It's easy.
What top right arm doing? That looks like
I assume.
That looks like something that happens at the very beginning. So let's have a look. So there is a rogue water atom at the very start, and it is the only such rogue water atom, because here this is the same exact atom, except now when the debond happens, it's bonded to the next one. But when you're starting, sorry, the previous one that was built earlier. But, of course, when you're making the very first one, there is no previous one that was built earlier. So it gets stranded. And it's only a one-time problem. So if you put a one-time solution here, then you don't need to worry about it. And, except, Panic made the rather brain-dead mistake of using the plus instruction instead of the minus instruction. That's suboptimal. I'd have expected Panic to know better. Does it need to be pulled up that high? No. Alright. Coming in at 19th place. At 690 G. Funny number. Hang on, I was distracted by the funny number. Infin. I believe otherwise known as Infinagon in Discord, but here it is Infin. Welcome to the weeklies, by the way, Infin. I've been looking forward. I've been seeing your name pop up. And I'm like, okay, what are we cooking here? I am a little disheartened by the... Sorry, you go, Haxton.
So this is another height 3 build order we are seeing.
True, no surgery. At all. No debonders.
No moving the output up and down.
So focus is placed on getting everything bonded to that core Earth atom and throwing a salt on at the end, which is quite logical if you ask me.
Also, since there's no pivoting, the making the X is significantly more involved.
That Earth atom actually has to cross over all 4 hexes of these 2 bonders on the left here in order to get that hex, which I think is a pretty cool feature. Done well. Everything's very densely packed here. I could easily press K again here, and you've got an M-arm solve. Alright, there were other solution notes I'm gonna reference here. Let me just find them for a sec. Okay. The solution notes read 8 hours and 9 pages of scribbles later. I've finally worked out the last of the kinks on this 8-rate solution, and I'm very proud of it. This is the first time I'm trying anything like this. I found I could only just barely get all the atoms to where they needed to be without collision. Aiming for 8-rate meant that there was very little allowance for atoms to pause to make way for each other. Arms 10, 11, and 12 were the hardest to figure out. They have to do double duty, moving both Vitae and water, because I ran out of space to give them dedicated track loops. It works out that those arms have to make 3 distinct atom movements every 2 times round the track. There's no cost optimization to be seen here, apart from a general effort to try to keep things close to each other. I'm curious whether using more glyphs would have led to a reduction in the amount of track or arms I needed.
Great rate, mate. 8 out of 8.
Imagine that's like, we play the solve. We talk about all the effort that it took to get here, and all we give him is great rate, mate, and we just immediately move on.
Great rate, mate. 8 out of 8. Listing 8 rate so many times in the in the notes reminded me of that.
Hang on, we've been playing this to the point where it starts lagging if the polymer gets too big, which I think is funny.
Alright, that's a thing.
But, actually, I think it's a good point to move on, though. Look, hopefully you stick around, Infinigon. We'll look forward to anything else that gets cooked up. Also, the overlay, it has me... No, wait, the overlay's fine. Never mind. Let me move on. In 18th place, we actually take a bit of a drop here. 70 Gilda down to 620. Sockboy. Dearest Sockboy.
2 by 2.
Okay, so we have 2 Animismus glyphs here. So one gets the disposal and the other gets the waste chain. When is the first tertiary tire? How many tertiary tires do you people think we're going to get?
Yes.
All of them.
That is my answer. Yes.
Next up in equal first place. Alright, so there is surgery here. Only 2 debonders, but the 2 debonders put in a lot of work, especially that upper debonder. It does like 3 debonds every 8 cycle loop, and the other one also gets 2 debonds in as well. 5 debonds every 8 cycle loop with only 2 debonders is very admirable.
This kind of reminds me of the Playtest Soul build order.
A little, yeah. It is definitely paying for the entire multi-bonder again. so makes use of the whole multi-bonder. Because, yeah, the thing is, the primary metric is, you know, instructions. So we don't, like, with the, if there's a cost tie, because tertiary, that's already in the tertiary. That's it. There is no, like, we can't do, like, an area tertiary.
I mean, is it possible to just turn off everything but the tracks and drag, and grab and release?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't know how the editor works. Is it possible to just turn off all the instructions other than the track movements?
Oh, maybe. I think there might actually have been a way to do that.
Yeah. That's something we could have done if we wanted, like, actual tertiaries.
Yeah. In hindsight, it might not have been a bad idea, since that's pretty much how everyone solved the puzzle in the end anyway.
The only solve without it was Biggie's solve. The speed solve. I wonder how the speed solve would have turned out, honestly, if it weren't for those extra, if it weren't for the extra instructions. The quintessential mod allows you to do that, but not just the quintessential, but not everybody has the mod though. So we have to consider the case where not everybody has the mod and just go with the solution editor, the normal one, because you can restrict instructions with the normal puzzle editor.
Oh, Jamu, you're here. Do you want to do some commentary? If so, if you go to the Opus Magnum, if you go to the Zachtronics Discord, I can get you in if you join the stage. Your choice, though. No pressure. I don't want to pressure you into it. Also, hello, Discord stage people. I have not been paying close enough attention to you. Alright. While that may or may not be happening, in 17th place, you. Yes, you.
Here we go again.
No, you did submit a rate solve. I can guarantee it. You may think you didn't, but you did.
Also very cool build order.
That is an interesting builder. It makes a 4 high molecule only to snap off the VT at the top. And then the arm that is grabbing that VT is also the one that just pushes the polymer out.
The Earth atom is open heart surgery into it at the last moment.
Oh yeah, that's why the VT is slapped on over the top. A lot of different build orders to mess around with that are very cool for rate. Because you get so much freedom as to how it all comes together. Oh no, did I accidentally gaslight someone? What do you mean I didn't do it intentionally? No.
Jamu's here now. Hello.
Hey, Jamu.
So I need to turn Jamu's volume up.
Oh, do I have to do that? I do.
I don't know if it's loud, if it's not loud enough on your end.
The stream started at like 6 in the morning.
Oof. So, I did want to ask, what was like, how did you come up with the puzzle ultimately in the end? Because I wasn't around for that.
Basically, okay, so what happened was, I wanted to have a Weeklies puzzle. When I had the idea of the puzzle, tissue jokes were still funny. and I had a first iteration of the puzzle that was your traditional big molecule annoying ray puzzle, and it just somehow turned into this thing. I don't know.
Because in
Let
particular,
me find it.
I really liked your cost idea for this puzzle to force track. I can't actually remember how the track restriction came about, but it worked beautifully with the cost.
It's just me and Panic in the DMs, pondering about what a second metric should be.
Hell yeah. So I thought we'd do a bit of like, hey, how'd the puzzle come together? Since that's usually what happens at like the very start. But I'm not a morning person either. I would not have woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning either for for an Opus Magnum stream. All right. So that was your solve. I didn't read the notes for your solve. You being the one that submitted it, of course. All right. So you wrote, you know who. It's a Voldemort reference. I suspect a straightforward approach would have scored much better. I am forced to break and reforge the chain at the debonder below arm 15, as otherwise the molecule would have a height of 4 and fail polymer validation rules. This costs 20G from 1 bonder and 2 track on arm 15. The debonder is reused from fixing the vitae. My original design, which will be in the showcase, had no surgery, with earth being duplicated through the polymer from the right and water duplicated along the outside of the polymer from the left. So we had water duplication originally. That design, although more clever, scored worse.
I wonder what the longest track is gonna be.
We had a pretty banger track loop earlier. It had like 8 arms on it. Actually, that is a long ass. It's a long ass track.
Yeah,
Alright.
this is like a catalyst to dupe.
Oh yeah, there it is. Arm 1 just immediately. With a bunch of tragic plus instructions. Alright, moving on. We have our first tie. At 15th place, we have both Eggsucker 888 and Rat Massive. Starting with Eggsucker 888. Meat-brained.
Hex arms.
3 of them. Yet another new build order unlocked.
Oh wait, it's the bendy brick. Like, that's what I'm calling it. Like it's a 2 wide, 3 high brick, but you just punched it in the middle, and it's bent.
This is actually really cool. So it gets like the you can see the vitae pops out. One of them goes like directly left. That one's fine. But the one that goes down, it kind of sits there. It's there a little too early. So arm 12 kind of like sneaks it out of the way right as arm 13 moves off that hex. Waits, moves it right back on, and arm 13 comes in just 1 cycle later. Sneaky vitae. Eggsucker 888 writes, I moved around arms 4, 5, 7, and 8 to save 2 track hexes. Let's see if that mattered. It did. You would have placed 16th place if you didn't do that. It's actually a meat braid.
I was under the impression that this was entirely vegetarian product.
Actually, it wasn't that the actual law that it was like vegetarian or something?
I don't think it is.
Oh.
It's just, well, to be honest, there isn't really any meat. Who knows?
Wonder what meat, how do you make like that out using the Opus Magnum alchemicals?
Fire and proteins.
Probably a lot of vitae and something else. Salt.
Vitae fire bread.
Yeah, something like that. Alright, and here is the rat massive solve. You know what's funny? If I'm not mistaken, Rat Massive and Egg Sucker 888, I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they have an exact tie, like, during the tournament as well, those two players?
Yeah, it's on, what was it called? Blue Vitriol.
Yeah, they literally, there was a dead tie in Blue Vitriol, right. That is actually really cool.
It's brick.
So this is like normal brick because it just does like 2 sticks and then stitches them together. Rat Massive writes in the solution notes, just a touched up version of my first solution. I had to forego the sick beats the first one dropped, which is sad, and for only 5G at that. It mattered. The 5G mattered. It does still thread the salt through the aniglyph though, which is nice. As always, looking forward to the show. Aniglyph is an interesting name for the animismus.
Aniglyph.
What anime like the rest of us?
Not apparently not an anime enjoyer.
Also, I think I'll be hopping up for now. It's getting late for me over here.
Oh. I was just that's funny because it's definitely not.
Yeah,
like
it's
me.
later for you than I am, but I'm EP.
No, you have the option to. Also, I prepared.
I have
so.
the option to hop off this week. For some other weeks where I have to host again, I do not get the. Well, I can just stream faster, but
Stream a skill issue. No, I did the same exact thing during your stream, so very understandable.
All right. Y'all have a good stream over there. Looking forward to how low this goes, but yeah, I'll be seeing y'all then.
Night. Alright. In 14th place at 565G, it is Mr. Puzzle.
Trackies.
So, if I'm remembering correctly, this is Mr. Puzzle, because RPO did the cost solve. We have 2 animismus glyphs again, so the Moore's disposal's fine, but it means the vitae has to come in from the top and the bottom, but that works pretty well with the shape of the salt, with the shape of the polymer.
Is this a new build order? Have we already seen this one?
Kinda not, because it's kind of like slotting in into the vitae at the end there from one direction. It's a little hard to say because there's been like so many build orders because there's just so many different ways to do it.
Yeah. When I solved it, I just slapped on wherever atom like fits, and it worked out.
I guess artificial meat made in a transmutation engine would be considered vegan by most people. It's the artificial meat ethical question. Is artificial meat vegan, or is it just?
If there's no meat, then it's probably vegan.
Does it mean, like, would a vegan be able to, like, eat that and still, like, be morally okay with the decision?
I know a couple, like, I've seen vegan people make, like, for example, like, broccoli steaks, which, I mean, it kind of changes because if you're eating, like, a broccoli steak, you know it's broccoli. But with artificial meat, it's, you know, no animals were harmed, which is good, but it's meat. I don't know.
I briefly dated a vegan. It went about as well as you could expect. I did not enjoy food for those months. The Imperial University doesn't really endorse using the glyph of animismus in the first place. That's true. It's like it is cursed. You don't, because it necessarily introduces Moors into the world, which is a bit of an ethical no-no in Opus Magnum.
Eat it.
Eat the Moors.
Yeah, eat the Moors. You have too much, just use it as dinner or something.
Alright, moving on. These drops are gonna get incremental. At 560G, we have Gary. Tracking issue.
You're telling me a snail made this solve?
Gary. Nice. Well, quite fast for a snail, I guess. Artificial cow when? When you eat the real cow, Biggie.
I will eat a holographic cow if, I don't know, insert some, like, unachievable Opus Magnum record or something.
I always imagine the wholesome version of fulfilling the cow bet to be like, Biggie has like a cow barbecue and people help out. And we collectively count that.
How many people does it need to, like, eat an entire cow?
Depends on how many sessions. If you're talking one session, you probably need like over 100 people.
Really? Okay. Well, also depends on the people, I guess.
Okay, so this solve, conventional bonding order. So quite nice. So this is the first time we've seen a multi-bonder where the horizontal bonds does not get stubbornly used. So there's no need for like post-bonding bricking, but you still take advantage of the geometry of the multi-bonder. I do in particular like the placement of the water input here. In general, now that I'm looking at this, that's probably what's really cool about this solve. Would you rather fight 100 cow eating people or one person eating cow?
What?
I don't need to fight the cow eating people. I'm not a cow. Also, Gary simply writes in the solution notes, RG in quotation marks.
Ask the metric.
We were talking earlier before you joined about what if there was whether or not there's a way to just make the puzzle so that like anything that's not a grab drop plus or minus is just straight up disabled, so that we could have had a proper tertiary, but that time has passed, I guess.
No, I think rotations are always enabled.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Alright. We take we take another 5G drop down to 555. Dearest Biggie, it's, well, not the speed solve. This is an actual solve that Biggie submitted with 4 minutes to go before the deadline. Four minutes is plenty of time left. Never in doubt. Biggie writes in the solution notes, great rate, mate, no hate. Probably not in that accent, but I imagine it was something like that. True, Biggie submitted the first submission and the last submission.
Oh, nobody submitted under 4 minutes?
Nah, that's usually... anything in the last, like, 15 is usually pretty hairy, time-wise.
That's surprising, actually.
I think I've had it where someone submitted at the literal last minute once before. That was funny. Alright, so Earth, water inputs are placed directly next to each other, and they both go over the same calcifier at one point, so they both just kind of merge into this animismus pipeline. And the Vitae kind of gets nicely conjoined with that Earth. Very similar thing, actually. Last couple solves have both been very similarly brained. Pentapig's instruction solve for dental amalgam came in very, very late, didn't it? He finished it. He was, it might have, but he DM'd me the solve, like, with a day or so to go. This solve took you, like, 10 minutes? This one? Wow.
It kind of makes sense. The build art is really intuitive.
Nah, this, like, slap two sticks together, I think, is, like, a very, like, natural build order to, like, fall on.
Yeah, it did the best one, though.
We see a lot of cool ideas. I hope we do see more of them as we continue going down the order. In 11th place, at 545G, Bread. Also 69 cycles, 169 area. Oh, also Love Heart. Nice.
Awesome.
Hell
Awesome.
yeah.
Cat track.
Cat track.
Notes immediately.
No disposal. I'm not sure it saves G to put in a disposal this time. This time, I think it's actually makes sense.
There's a note that is over 1,000 words long.
Oh yeah, the notes are 1,600 words long, which is the longest notes I've ever gotten. I don't think I'm gonna read every paragraph, but I will do my best. Hang on. Let me just figure it ahead of time. Okay. Bread writes, another day, another chance to learn. That's what I had thought to myself as I traversed the halls, intending to find a class to listen to. What I found instead was a couple of students huddled around a transmutation engine, creating some strange material. This turned out to be palatable tissue, seemingly a challenge of some form between them to see who could make it the fastest. Although I may note they did avoid rotations and pivots, presumably to maintain the palatability of the tissue. Of course, this was another opportunity to practically test my skills, so I got to work, borrowing some equipment from Imperial to get started with. Seeing as the students had been competing for speed, I too designed to do so, which first meant working out how to compose the tissue in the first place. Each monomer within the chain is comprised of 2 water atoms, an earth, a salt, and 2 atoms that I had not come across in practice but knew to be vitae, themselves comprised of 2 salt atoms whilst producing an unhelpful Morse. Given that we have 2 inputs, 1 earth, 1 water, and they're aiming for an optimal rate, the first step is to find the most balanced taking of inputs so as to waste as little as possible. Therefore, we can divide the total of 5 salts needed through the process into 2 of water and 3 of earth, so that each monomer requires pulling 4 water and 4 earth total. Since each input can only ever be pulled once every 2 cycles, this forces the rate to at least 8, since it is impossible for one to pull inputs fast enough to reach 7. The original solution came to parts with relative value of 600 gilder. However, that quickly dropped when removing an arm and track that pulled the chain into the correct place on the bonder, now delegated to the second water track. What am I saying? I've not explained the track layout. I'll leave that one. I hope you don't mind. Okay, with that done, I return to the explanation of reduction of parts. The removal of that chain moving arm reduced it all the way to 570 gold. Unfortunately, this would be the last large reduction I would find. Back then, disposal of Morse was handled by a separate track. By instead using a disposal, I could replace the bonder with a 4th track, reducing by 5 gold. Next, I changed the movement on the lower vitae arm to be done by the second water track. At this stage, that vitae arm was separated and resided above the engine, roughly where arm 8 starts now, moving 2 hexes to the right. Another 5 gold improvement through the removed track. Putting the waste handling onto the water calcification track was much more efficient in instructions, even if disposal was no longer possible due to any possible positioning increasing the track length too much. This only saved 5 gold, since it saved an arm at the cost of an additional track and bonder. The next save was more complex. It put both vitae arms on the same track, which did nothing at first. However, it allowed the salt track to loop underneath itself rather than over, which saved the track X. This did come with complications, as threading the arms back to the start became a challenge, yet it did not render this impossible. Finally, the big shift to layout would come. Vitae arms split up, one moved to the earth track, the other moved to the first water track. The earth and vitae had previously been towards the top left of the setup, and the first water being snuggled in the bottom right between the second water track and the main engine. Overall, these 5 saves I cut further from 570 to 545G. I won't read the attempts for the saves part to save time. Finally, my belief is that this is a local minima for my layout. However, with a better layout, I strongly think that this can be improved upon. There is currently several arms with lazy inputs or long track movement, which can assuredly be compacted in order to save track, or even possibly more arms. However, I'm very pleased with this solve. It utterly trashed what I'd seen those students in the halls toy with, whilst still ensuring to keep the tissues palatable. IFS. PS. It tasted a little bit like beans, although given my palate, that might just be a poor sense of taste.
Beans.
Tissues don't taste like anything. They kind of suck.
No, they, like, if you can add sauce onto them, you can, like, add on, like...
True. See, every time I ate one, like, raw. So, it probably wasn't the wisest decision, to be honest.
Also, Zorflax, you should start a podcast. I would 100% fall asleep to your voice.
Hell yeah. I've heard a couple of compliments about my voice. I've been hearing it's not bad. I do appreciate it. Alright, we have a top 10 to unlock. Starting with another 10G drop. See, the drops here are very incremental because you can... I think because the solve, I think for a lot of veterans, making min rate, even with the translation only restrictions, it wasn't like that hard. So it can, once you like figure out like what's intuitive, like maybe I should put like the inputs near this calcifier, near this animismus glyph, bond two sticks together. So there's a lot of like, you see these intuitive like natural ideas repeating a lot, which is why these saves are incremental. Anyway, at 535G for you.
That is a surprising amount of tracks, actually. Like, as in, like, I guess closed tracks. Not...
A lot of track loops at the top and middle here, with just the one big long snake at the bottom. But yeah, heavy use of track loops, which is quite good actually. I like it. Also, this subscribes to the panic school of let's just plonk it all together with a multi-bonder and just like debond everything at the end.
This one is the curved brick again.
It's kind of like it's kind of like the chevron kind of shape.
Yeah.
Because it makes two elbows and just like throws the two elbows together.
Elbow brick.
It reminds me a bit of thermal fuse in just how many. Because there's a lot of, because with thermal fuse there was also a lot of flexibility in how you threw everything together. Of course, with thermal fuse it was a bit weird because there was the whole like min high period secondary thing happening. But same kind of process.
What I think is cool is the ARM 7 and 8 sharing track to deliver from the same input, but one route is one route goes over calcifier, the other doesn't.
That Vitae works really well with the multi-bonder too, which I think why this is kind of top 10, because the Vitae, there's like no routing whatsoever on that Vitae. It's just one goes up, one goes down, that's it. Nah, yeah. This is very clean. Very nicely thought out. Solved. No solution notes, so... Moving on. I can't believe it's another 10G drop.
Whoa.
That's the third one in a row. It's Spiritual Shampoo. This solution is so bad, it doesn't deserve placement. Well, too bad.
Top 10.
Should think twice before being skilled at the game.
Oh, this one's just straight up build one of the sticks in front of the other.
Oh.
Sneaky duplication here. No initial. It's just so all the other duplications we've seen, there was like a clear initialization. Not this one. No, all the Earth atoms just go through it as part of the pipeline, and just rely on timing to get that duplication off on that water atom. And so this actually is because this duplication allows you to do the really super clean animismus thing, which we haven't actually seen for a long time. I believe it was, it was a while ago. I believe it was Valley. Oh God, I hope I didn't get that wrong. I believe it was Valley who did this, really cool animismus thing.
Oh yeah, it's only Earth that's going to the animismus, I think.
No, it was Slab Drill. My bad. I misremembered. But no, yes, yeah, this is the Slab Drill idea. Kind of a bit more fully realized. So yeah, you can see like and because of that, everything is routed very cleanly. Earth only ever goes down to animismus. VTAG just goes up nicely as part of the Earth stick. And then water is just the everything else input. And even more track loops. Alright. In 8th place. It's not a 10G drop because this time it's a 5G drop.
One less track.
Caliurasis.
Is it gonna be like an 8-way tie or a 7-way tie?
Ooh, I hope not. Only the one tie so far. A little surprising, actually.
Long track, really long track.
Oh, that is a longer boy.
Go Trek River.
So one thing that has become a bit of a feature of these solves increasingly as we've been going down is just how much closer everything is together, how much more cleanly routed it is. Actually, let's do another AMARMS POV for this one. So you can see, yeah, Earth is still for the most part the animismus input, but because there's no like duplicator thing happening, you do have to sneak one up here at the top, and that's what this bonder is here for. And that's where all the VT goes, so that's fine. Was still able to sneak the water atom past that VT pipeline, which I think is really cool. And then it all just kind of comes together at the end very naturally. That bit's a bit easy. But, yeah, kind of nestling this water atom in so close. Such that it goes through to actually help out with animismus while still doing its, like, normal job. Very nice. Oh, yeah, and this Earth atom that sinks across goes directly through the Moore's pipeline as well. Much like how the water goes directly through the VT's pipeline.
Oh yeah.
How did you guess Genius 42? Well, moving on. It's another 5G drop. It's still not a tie. These are coming.
Awesome.
At 515G, it is Fiesta Land. Those are some juicy hex arms. Is that the panic build order?
It is the panic build order, actually, yeah. What do you call that shape? That creature?
Yeah, what is that? That's like a... It's like a broken chicken's foot.
What?
That's the best I got. It's a horsey with a tail.
Oh, I guess, yeah. It works.
It's like a horsey with a... I don't know, a thing on the front.
With a whatchamacallit in the front.
So the two hexons. So it's equivalent to the two one-linked hexons, but it cannot service the disposal directly because disposal needs all those hexes around. But it is length 3 hexon, so it can service the disposal just fine.
I really like this mini track river right next to the hex arms. That in particular is kind of sneaks everything in really nicely there. Because otherwise you're kind of dead in the water with that Vitae that Arm 6 needs to grab. Anyway, alright. So let me read the solution notes. Fiesta is on record saying that this rate puzzle is largely conventional in ways that the cost metric is absolutely not. But what he didn't mention is that under these restrictions, RG feels quite similar to RA. Because when you are required to use track to move anything, every hex that your product moves is going to cost you at least 5G. Because of that, we had two main goals. First, arrange all of our inputs and glyphs to minimize the distance they all would have to travel. And second, attach single atoms to the product as soon as possible to minimize the number of arms necessary to manipulate things. In our opinion, the most crucial aspect of this solve is the unusual monomer. We chose this one because it mostly eliminates the need to have one of the three components to quote-unquote switch sides. That both reduced the amount of glyphs needed and reduced the distance that atoms needed to travel, thereby saving track. We imagine that the best solves will utilize more multi-arms on period 4 that are useful in multiple directions and during successive loops, as you can see on our water input and Moore's handling. But as our stake, S-T-E-A-K, in the ground clocked in at 760G, this level of optimization feels plenty respectable.
Cow reference.
Stake in the ground.
Taking the ground.
Very good point about trying to minimize movement as much as possible. You have been saying, I think, like, what these top 10 solves have been doing is less movement. Which is why everything's so packed together and...
It's kind of like ammons.
Yeah, exactly. It's yeah, like it really is kind of like ammons. I'm not just turning on the ammons key for memes. I'm a supporter of coming up with names for the molecules. The thing is that because there's just so many 6-atom molecules. I remember Panic generated a complete list of them. He did it for 7 and 8 as well. Alright.
How many are there?
Oh, I couldn't give you a number, but for like 8, there was like at least 100, probably like fucking 300 or something. At least 3. I can guarantee. Yeah, no. Can confirm.
That's a lot.
Oh, I thought you meant that for like at least 3. And I'm like, yeah, no, yeah. 3's a big number. No. In 6th place, we take another 10G drop.
That's a lot compared to like 5. That's double.
It's literally double 5 if you think about it.
Yeah. Is there anything that just costs purely 10G?
Oh, other than 2 hexes of track.
Yeah.
Well, it's the difference between a single arm and a multi-arm.
Oh, true. Yeah, I guess that's.
Also Bonder, 10 GAD Bonder, Calcifier. It could be any of those. Not a lot of track, actually. Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
Oh, that's a
it's
brick.
Bricking and raid.
That's like
That's-
proper
That's-
bricking.
That's kind of cool.
This is cool. This is really cool because the only thing you ever need to attach is like the VT at the top and because yeah, the one that becomes Earth is actually just a duplicated water, so you can do the really clean animismus pipeline idea. Oh, that's clever. Nah, that's clever as shit.
This is nice.
Cool. Surprisingly high, like, arm counts to track ratio, because, yeah. It means all the movements are very, like, one atom jerky, then it stops, but that's okay. You're trying to minimize movement, so... Also, this hex arm on a small track has started to become a bit of a staple as the cheapest way to get your Moors the fuck out of there.
Moore's chain.
Yeah, just the
Chunky
more...
Moore even.
Because otherwise, to like do a disposal thing, grabbing the Moors every 4, you need to like have 2 arms happening. And there are ways to do that, like with Fiesta Land, but otherwise you just need like that arm. Yeah. And one thing I'm a little curious about. Oh, I'm just looking. Sorry, I'm looking at ARM 12, the initialization. I call that the shake weight hex arm. Again, just
Yeah, actually,
having. Sorry, you go.
Arms actually need like a shit ton of power to be able to move. For example, like polymer.
Yeah, if Opus Magnum actually needed to worry about the concept of weight, I feel like it would be a lot more annoying of a game, to be fair, but also, yeah, you would not be able to get away with shit like this.
Chunky Morris is gonna be actually chunky.
Incredibly chunky. Moving on. If you guessed a 5 heck, if you guessed a 5G drop, you'd be wrong because it's a 10G drop.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
So a little surprising, I know. But a grape jelly singularity comes in. It is we finally managed to squeak under 500G for what it's worth.
Whoa. Okay.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Speed demon go. Oh, it's kind of like the X again. Oh, this is like Infinigon's X idea. I really like this this track on the bottom, the C track with the 4 arms all doing their movements. That's some incredibly interesting geometry.
It's pretty nice that it works. It works out at the end.
Right, so a grape jelly singularity writes in the solution notes. V1 notes. This puzzle was interesting. The way I see it, the main challenge here was moving atoms into position fast enough when you can only move 1 hex per cycle. I'm really curious to see what kind of weird mechanic I might be missing. Last week, I could see some of it. I just didn't have enough time. Discovered that the Weeklies was starting back up with 17 hours to go. Sob emoji. But this week seems too simple somehow. P.S. Glyphs of Equilibrium are free. V2 notes. I have done some work to reduce the cost with some success. I'm still not massively confident, but I'm also not seeing any really good ways to improve this layout at the moment. V2.1 notes, managed to get rid of a single track piece. Arms 1 and 2 are no longer on a 5 loop together. Going below 500 is the dream, but I don't know if that's going to happen. And finally, 495 is sub 500. Yay. Yeah, track reuse, not just at the bottom, but all over the shop, is happening pretty much everywhere except for Arm 11. I think it's the one area it's not happening. Literally every other track is like multi-use purpose. But yeah, a reintroduction of the X bonding idea we saw way back in Infini's Solve. But here it comes also with all this cool track reuse and minimal movement and all this nice efficiency. Alright. So yeah, sub 500 was good enough for top 5. Alright. Guesses in chat as to whether it's a 5G or a 10G drop.
15.
15. Bold. 20.
Oh.
Bolder.
Entire arm.
No, you guys are right. It actually is a 5G drop. Coming in at 490. The team of Avenged Ruler and Skyhawk.
How are there no ties?
Not a lot of machinery here. There's like 13 arms feels like a low arm count.
And only 5 track segments. One is the Morse disposal arm.
True. Very odd. I'm looking at the way the salt is routed into the animismus, which is very clever. How that water atom just sneaks by just barely. But both of the track loops responsible for that animismus pipeline are like, yeah, really clever. Because that bottom one in particular gets a lot of like reuse out of also working at the top here. So Skyhawk writes in the solution notes, I made 2 other solutions before realizing a single animismus can support min rate. I pretty much just solved the puzzle, then made the arms share track where possible. Avenged had the idea to use waist chain hex arm. And I'm guessing that concept saves more cost elsewhere, but I don't feel like redesigning it again. No, this is a great solve. Also, the thing I like about the solve is that a lot of it is not like a single movement drop. A lot of it's like at least 2, then a drop, or 3, then a drop. And this is trying to get as much out of each arm as possible, because you know you can do 2 or 3 actions with it. You can calcify it and drop it in an animismus, so you can bond it again, and just squeezing as much of that movement out of your arms as possible is what's going to reduce your arm count, which is why the solve is so competitive. Not sure about that Critelli though. When I see a spot like that, and I don't see it in a Critelli hex, it never fails to hurt. Alright. What are our guesses this time? 5 or 10?
Uh, 10. No, actually 5. There's no way it's a 10.
Okay, mostly 5. I see a 7. That's a logical guess, if you ask me. But no, now was the time to be brave, because we take a 25G drop. It finally happened.
Damn it. Okay, cool. An hour a minute.
In fact, there is a tie for second place. There are 2 solves, both hitting 465G. One of them being submitted by Psy Looks Away.
Huh.
See, now that's a Critelli.
Track, river, and like 2 track loops. Oh, there's the Moore's waist train tech, but like somewhere else.
Yeah, you're seeing it as a recurring theme now. I say it's funny enough.
11 arms.
11 arms. 2 less. Wow. So interesting. This trapezoid track, the previous solve had this exact track. 3 arms, same movement, exact same, and it was the earth add input and everything. I do agree. Hex on with the Vitae. That's probably the really cool piece of movement here. It just kind of like sifts through right past arm 6, which is the one that does the actual important movement onto the final bonding station, with arm 11 coming in, reusing a bit of track so as to put the polymer away. Yeah, 11 arms is even lower though. Damn.
2 arms last. That's surprising, actually.
It's not easy to get this cool hex arm reusage. Like stuff like arm 5. It is not easy to get that into the design of these. As much as it is like it's cool and it saves you arm and cost, and it's definitely a very valuable thing to find. It's just hard to find because of you being restricted to translational movement. If you want something like this where it grabs 2 atoms, like adjacent atoms, then it has to be a length 1 and it can't really do anything else. Or you make it a length 2 or length 3, like Fiesta Land did, with the really cool length 3 hex arms, except you have to design around that. I think the track river at the top is very underrated as well in this solve. I don't know, it just fits in so perfectly with this diamond track loop. Geometrically. They just handle the water very well together.
It does, yeah.
Arm of the week. Yeah. I wasn't immediately... Yeah. I think it's deserved. Arm of the week. Tissue pistol. Oh, true. It's got the math gun shape. True, it looks like a pistol. Alright, well, the next solve takes a drop of exactly 0G. Ivanov. Congratulations on your podium finish. Oi, big hex arm.
Less track loops.
Oh, it's useful in 2 directions. I thought for a sec it was useful in 3 directions. I'd have just re-given out Arm of the Week there and then if it was useful in 3 directions. Okay, no. Okay, this is interesting. The polymer is doing a shitload of moving.
To avoid the water atoms on the calcifier.
True, that's the
I like
only
how
other
the-
calcifier.
I like how the both of the sticks are. So the limb atoms for both of the sticks are made by the same hexon.
Wouldn't this save G with the Moore's Waste stick? With the hex arm on the track. Oh, it would have. It would have. That's 2040 55 versus... Oh, I would have saved 5G.
Oh. Imagine that's first.
Oh, that would stick. Well, it would have. Well, I guess he would have come second. Anyway, it just side looks away. Would have been demoted to third.
First place is obviously gonna have like a 200G drop. That's just how these work.
Hang on, this is an interesting solve because it's not like. How many arms are there? What's the arm count at? 12? Yeah, 12. Like we have a step. That is incredibly low. It's interesting to make heads or tails of this one. Everything's a lot more spaced out than like anything I've seen in the last, what, 10 solves?
True.
It does seem, yeah, it's funny. All the last solves we've seen have been so tight, and suddenly we're here, and this looks like there's still like stuff to save, which is weird to say. Not a, is there not a? There isn't a single length one arm solve in this, length one arm in this entire solve. I can still words. Okay, Ebanov writes in the solution notes. 3 earth and 1 water loads anime, and the salt in tissue comes from water. The decision of arm 1 moving atoms for top and bottom row gives close to enough constraints to anchor the solve in place. There are then how to distribute calcification, where do the 2 bars meet, and how many arms can fit into the earth anime loop. You ever notice everyone always does earth for the anime? Oh, actually, it does make perfect sense because there's more water in the output. Yeah, no, that's not a coincidence. Sorry. 1 of 2 Moore's arms can, so technically there's a 2 instruction improvement there. Then a bunch of swinging arms around for potential track rivering opportunities. Alright, let's just we'll reset it just so I can watch it for a bit. What? No, 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 what have I done? Oh, oh. Okay, no, not elephant mode. That was a big mistake. Okay, I just wanted that. There we go. Oh, 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 jump scare. Fuck! I thought my computer was gonna burn for a sec. The instant lag button. Whew. Alright. I saw someone predict the winning cost at 420G. It was 425G. Very close.
Oh, big drop.
40G drop. So we went
Yep.
5, 5, 10, 5, 10, 5, 10, 5, 5, 10, 5, 10, 25, 40. It is in fact
Very nice.
Team Hello Jarzian. Why have one big length 3 arm useful in 2 directions when you can have 2? It is the Fiesta Land idea. It is pretty much exactly what those big length 3 arms we saw in Fiesta Land solve. They are back, except now with even less machinery. Way fucking less machinery. There are only 10 arms. Ooh-yeah. Double hex arm track loop king moment. There's a third arm on the loop too, putting in big work. So, and
Because
it
the
works so
third word
perfectly.
is needed, yeah.
Sorry, you go, Haxton.
No. I was just saying the third word, third earth was needed, so there has to be the third arm.
Yeah, exactly. It works perfectly with how the hex arms are always dropping that salt atom on the same animismus input. God, it just the arms themselves, the arm bases themselves barely don't collide, which is really cool. So interesting. Note how little movement there is to get the 2 sticks together. In fact, they're bonded together before the third water atom even comes out. But it's literally just slots in, move it up 1 hex, and it's done. Move the other stick down 2 hexes, done. Move down 1 hex on the polymer already, done. All bonded together. Literal minimal movement. Yeah, the single arm on the hex arm loop comes in really clutch. Alright, let's read the solution notes. Beautiful. I'm stunned. Its perfect surface, as unblemished as a pane of mica. I think it may be because of the lack of rotations. It's easy for the slight torsion forces to tangle an infinite product. Most fibers emerge pre-twisted into useful threads, after all, but every movement is a perfectly straight translation in this recipe, so the tissue molecules are all exactly parallel. They end up so flat that I see a blurry reflection of myself in it. It would almost be a shame to eat this. Oh, disregard. It's quite tasty. I think the recipe could get cheaper by at least 15 guilder, but I was never able to work out the details. I have a separate design of the same cost as this one. That's crazy. Advancing the tissue fiber in half monomers rather than full monomers, but the extra track negates the savings of one fewer bonder. Alchemist Kazian in correspondence with Alchemist Jasper. Kazian really went, hey, I made a winning solve. Want to see me do it again?
Oh, there was a lack of still not a brick in the notes.
No, he's a brick. He's a brick. It's happened. It's happened. Kazian, how could you be a brick after all this time? Yeah, I think, as usual, as you often see in many of the top solves, this combines ideas that you see in other solves, puts them all together beautifully into one cavalcade of geometry goodness. Here, we get the really cool hex arm reusage. We also get the incredibly minimal movement. We also get some pretty dope, just incredibly convenient calcification, arm reuse, a lot of big arm movements. Oh, sorry, my bad. Adam travel metric at home. Actually, alright, one more time. One last time. Let's enjoy.
Zorflax, have you already went over all the cost ones? Because when I joined, there was like 2 hours already. It's been 2
Yeah,
hours.
no, we've done cost already. This is it. This is just, we do showcase, puzzle reveal, call it a stream. We're nearly
Cool.
there.
I was estimating your speed.
Well, that's encouraging, because I'm pretty sure everyone else had me correctly pegged as he's going to take 4 hours, isn't he? Someone guessed 5 hours. Thankfully, it's not going to be that long. I really genuinely came into this thinking, I'm going to get this in 3 hours. Easy. Tops. I was sorely mistaken. You say it's not that long. I'm pretty sure this is the longest ever weekly stream.
Really?
Yeah. The previous...
I feel...
It was previously, if I can say it, it was previous... Where the hell is it? Tonic of Transmogrification was 3 hours 40 minutes. That was the longest one. At least the internet didn't go down in Alice Springs. I'm not even sure they have internet in Alice Springs.
I live in a cave. And,
For those of you who don't know about Australian, so you know how most Australian like cities are on the coast because the desert sucks. Alice Springs is like dead middle of the country, like dead center in the desert. So I'm not even sure they have internet. No, they do, but yeah, it's funny to joke about. Alright, I'm going to set up the puzzle reveal for next week.
whoa.
Alright. Puzzle is Instant Mirror Coat.
Oh god, is that a cabinet puzzle? Is that... No, it's not, thank goodness.
No. It's not quite a cabinet puzzle, but There is a but. You see, this is a puzzle.
Area.
This is a series puzzle brought to you by Series, which means you can probably guess what one of the metrics is. It's a Bestagon puzzle. That's right. We're actually doing Bestagon now in the weeklies. So that's one of the metrics. The secondary is period. And the tertiary is instructions. Hang on. I haven't made the public. Cool. Right. Yeah, it's free. It's available on the website now. So it's like 4 a.m. So I'm not as fast as I would otherwise be. The other metric is rate. The rate secondary is X. So for those who don't know what the X secondary is, that is area times cost. Oh, there's a lot of love for Bestagon in chat. Good. Awesome.
Bestagon.
Oh. Last thing to note. The stream for Instant Mirror Coat will be handled by Haxton. So
Hello.
I'll be here on standby. Whenever you need help with commentating or anything, I'll be here, but
Gotcha.
looking forward to it. No pressure.
What YouTube channel is like? Because the first week was on Bist, and this one is it gonna be on Dorplaxes?
Yeah, it's gonna be on different YouTube channels this year, so it won't be on the one. Just because, yeah, there's like 3 of us doing these weekly streams. There'll be like, I'm pretty sure Best's channel will have like a master playlist by the end of it. Don't you mean Hexton? True.
Hexton is hexagon reference. Oh god, perplex bonds in a rate puzzle. Unsatisfactory.
We did, I don't know if you'd call it a mercy or not, but we didn't turn purification on. I'll let you all figure out whether or not that's actually a mercy or not.
Oh, it's only oh.
All right. All right. I'll simmer. We'll leave it on this page just for a sec because I gotta set up showcase real quick. It's a good chance to take a couple minutes to grab some water or go to the bathroom, and we'll get this thing wrapped up with the showcases. Oh, there's like 2 showcase solves. Alright. That works for me. Alright. Hang on, that was a little quicker than I thought. Alright, first one we are looking at is Sai Looks Away's showcase. This is a min height solve. This is a HR solve. A pretty bloody good HR solve too, by the way. so it's all Moore's disposal. Hey, pistons! I forgot they existed.
Oh.
Oh, look how good pivoting is. Oh, man. Wow. Oh, gee, pivots. Ah, man. Well, we have a very clear pivot of the week. Since there's only one other showcase, and I'm pretty sure it does not use pivots.
Only 2 showcases. Alright.
Yeah. Actually, surprisingly few showcases. Solution notes read, as per usual with many elements, HR or WR puzzles, the most sensible way of building the edible tissue is to spatially separate the production of the elements and the formation of the final bond pattern. For this solve, I first decided that bonding more than one atom every other cycle to the tissue was unreasonable, setting the practical min to 12R. I then assumed I could produce a stick containing any element in any order at this rate and build the frontmost section of the machine. Having proven 12R construction to be possible, I then built the appropriately patterned stick. It pains me that a Moore's waste stick out Pareto's disposal. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it has a lot to do with that diamond track on the left, because that is like right behind the animismus glyph, where you're pulling Moore's right through, and so, yeah, as a result, it becomes quite inconvenient to even think about the disposal glyph. Also because it's, you know, height 3. What about, a dash? I don't know actually what the verbal term is for that, but, yeah, I don't think that would, on that particular Pareto frontier, that would, any disposal solve would win, or, like, kind of by default. A prime, that is how you say it. A double prime is the other one. Oh, true, it's the wrong manifold. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. It would not matter at all. Yeah, because this is the height manifold. So, I don't think A prime matters. Not directly, anyway. Alright. Last solve of the week was submitted by you. Yes, you. Alright, so this was the quote-unquote RG solve, alternate solve, that you had cooked. And that is an impressive duplication forest. I don't actually think that's a proper forest, but that is an impressive duplication pool.
Also, track.
That's crazy. It's all just like, yeah, let's just throw the water on, and I'm sure we can get Earth somewhere in post. How did it... Okay, so arm 1 has to, like, drop an Earth initialization here. Oh, and it duplicates itself to water so that it can duplicate the others to... Oh my god, that is slick. How's that for initialization?
That's pretty cool.
Yes, you did submit a showcase, Genius 42. Yeah, it seemed like... Oh man, yeah, this duplication idea is awesome. It's just not cheap. And that was the whole tertiary, which was kind of the whole game. I can see where you're coming from. Where, yeah, this is a really clever solve. So you didn't write you didn't write much in the notes column for your showcase, but you wrote time to move on to the next showcase. And you would be wrong because there is no next showcase. That about wraps it up. All right, well, even my weekly streams go over 4 hours now. This is a super interesting puzzle. I was a big fan of both metrics. I was a bit of convergence on rate, but honestly, it was a fun puzzle to like solve and to stream and to talk about. Cost was a very clever idea. Thank you very much for the puzzle, Jamie. It was great having you on too.
Yippee.
You too, Haxton.
Thank you for streaming.
Also, cheers everyone watching. If you've been watching this whole thing on YouTube, I'm sorry about the Twitch overlay not turning up. It's because I changed my Twitch fucking IP address. I'm no longer Zorfiax, I'm Zorflax, and it's fucked it up. Next stream, I will have it fixed. Alright. That's about it for me. I'm gonna hit the sack, and I will upload this after I wake up tomorrow. Sorry, later today. But you will have a great night. Catch you next time.
See you later.
See you later, alligator.